Hello, chat, as it were. Sorry, I like the song. It has a really long lead up, though. So, a day late, as always, nowadays. I haven't decided yet if I'm going to stream in December. Probably not, to be quite honest with you. I'm a little bit overburdened. It's one of my favorite words, that and over encumbered. For some reason, when I was a little kid and I played Diablo 2 a lot, I think it was the necromancer I played, and he would always say when he tried to pick up too much shit, I am over encumbered or I'm overburdened. And I always feel that way. I'm over encumbered. So I didn't stream yesterday because I mangled my fucking tongue. This is a true story. Here's the true story of my tongue injury, okay? I had a very teensy tiny bag of Skittles, and they were cold because they had been in the fridge for some reason. And I was chewing on them, and I had to chew them quite aggressively. And I chomped on my tongue, and I tore a hole about a quarter-inch deep into my tongue. And it was probably the most gruesome thing I've ever seen happen to my body. Just a gaping hole into a muscle, just oozing blood. I'm like, well, I can't stream now. Luckily, the tongue is one of the best things to injure if you're going to injure something in your body because it happens to be so full of rich, thick, irony blood that it heals quite rapidly. So by halfway through the next day, it was healed enough that I could eat solids again because I had to eat soup while it was healing because it would close naturally when my tongue was not flexed in certain ways. So if I ate soup, I was able and just drank water, it would stay closed and continue healing without making like a nasty hole. So then the next day it was stitched up enough. Now I feel fine. So it's a little bit numb still, but that's okay. That's what happened to me. I didn't go to a doctor. I just toughed it out like a true Florida man. So the last week has been pretty good smattering of random shit, but there's been some political happenings which take center stage. I suppose not really in my mind. I hate talking about it. I hate thinking about it. And then some good stuff has happened, I think, that I'll talk about in regards to. Did I talk about the bill pay system last stream? I don't think I did. When did that launch? November 15th. So that would be imminently after my last stream. Cool. Okay, so I'll talk about that, and then I'll talk about one of my ideas, what I've accomplished. Let me load that up, actually. So there are probably people listening to this who don't get to listen to me live usually because I don't stream on Saturdays very often. Let's see. The fuck was I going to open? Oh yeah, that's right. The brilliantly named thread, "The Gay Pedophile at the Gates." Wonderful. Okay. First, let's talk about some random bullshit. I divide my preliminary section, which would require, of course, the Neil Maham, because this is the Neil Maham segment. And I divide this up into two bits. There is the first segment, which is like stupid rage bait bullshit. And the second part, which is like more serious political happenings and also me making fun of certain people, which I will not name in the presence of Neil Maham. Let's start with the obvious. So Zitter has, I don't even know what triggered this with Elon Musk. Elon Musk is a bit of a mystery to me. He's kind of like a Sperg. Some of what he does seems well-intentioned, but a lot of what he does just feels obviously self-enriched directed, where it's like he supports solar over nuclear energy because he owns a company called Solar City as a part of Tesla, which makes solar panels. So obviously he wants the government to go in on solar panels, even though it may make more sense practically to do other stuff like do hydroelectric or nuclear. So in a lot of ways, he's obviously an extraordinarily selfish, narcissistic, self-absorbed, autistic, unlikable. He has a shitty personality. His accent fucking sucks. But then on the other hand, sometimes he does stuff that's like, hey, yeah. And one of those things that he wanted to do that was like, yeah, was add geolocations to Zitter accounts so that you could know, theoretically, if they were from Israel or Pakistan or India. There has been some speculation. Musk has been doing this thing where he's been paying creators out based on their engagement. If you want to know, the payout rates on this shit is fucking abysmal. I think the highest payout I ever got on Zitter, even after getting like millions of views and like close to 100,000 plus likes on my stuff, was like $300. I think that was the highest. My payout for last month was $50, but to be fair, I didn't use it so much. So it's a very small amount, but if you are a certain demographic living in a certain country and you have certain activities that are free and involve cow poo, you may be very tantalized by $50 a month. That may double your income for your entire village. So a lot of people of this demographic went onto Twitter and started posting the most asinine bullshit constantly, called slop, or sloppa as I've taken to calling it. In order to get $50 worth of engagement from the lowest IQ demographics on the internet. Elon took offense to this. I think he's sunsetting that entire engagement system in favor of the subscription stuff, because there are groups on Zitter that are entirely dedicated to forging interest and sharing traffic and stuff. And it's just nepotistic and cringe and gross and antithetical to what the internet should be in every way, shape, and form. So he's sunsetting that, and he got the idea to add geolocations. The system is faulty, in case you're wondering. Let me try opening this up on my profile to show you. Because if it hasn't changed, it should show you what's going on. It still says it. Okay. So if you open up on my profile, you'll see that I'm apparently based in Ireland. It actually even warns you that I'm using a VPN. So that means that this location, I'm not even using an Irish VPN, to give you an idea how accurate this is. My VPN server is in DC, but despite that, it says I'm in Ireland. So it's very clearly not just going off of ASN details, it's using outdated ASN details for certain blocks. It hasn't been updated in a while, so that's right. Me and Jim are, someone said that me and Jim are, our issues are a ancient Irish tribal feud. Now he's from Connacht and I'm from Offaly, right? And those fuckers in Connacht, they think that they're so high and mighty up on their fucking hills and cliffs, but down here in the bogs of Offaly, Medicare wouldn't last a second. He'd sink into the peat, okay? He'd never be seen again. They'd be digging his skeleton out a million years from now if he dared step one little tiny Connacht toe in the Offaly bogs, okay? So, point is, not very accurate, and it goes off IP, so it's effectively useless, except for people who are so poor and so stupid, they don't even know how to use a VPN server. In fact, the rollout was such a disaster that he's already rolled it back. So you'll no longer be able to see. But apparently, now some people were faking these, so I don't even know if this is true. But apparently, Infidel Zionist was from India, Mariana Times, and this is just like a Israeli thought poster account, but apparently it's an Indian. And I guess it's just AI generating Jewish smut with the Israeli flag. Ian Miles Chong, apparently based out of the United Arab Emirates. Barry Stanton, reborn from South Asia, which is very vague. In Lord Emmy Kant, India. Israel Army, India. Prometheus, West Asia. Native American Soul from Bangladesh. Doge Designer, one of the biggest. Now that Ian Miles Chong has been relegated to the waste baskets of Zitter because he's such an irrelevant cocksucker, they're not even Elon. Elon can't even get off on. He's debased himself so much that even Elon can't get off on his debasement. So Doge Designer is the new hip trending Elon ass sucker. Indian, of course. History recap, historical World War II of Africa. I think our boy Adolf Hitler, prosecutor in Namibia, might be the one behind this one. Conscious philosopher from Serbia. Hey, what? You're telling me that a conscious philosopher can't be from Serbia? Greece is right fucking there. You can take a day trip down from Belgrade to Greece if you really want to. I don't see the issue with this one. Sophie, Israeli flag, India. So Elon, I guess, at a private, probably for privacy concerns, probably a regulator came down and said you can't like dox people, where they're living. That's against EU regulation, Article 97, subsection 42, paragraph C. That's actually a violation of the GDPR, big boy. You're gonna be paying us 5% of your annual income every month, every day that this violation happens. He's like, uh-oh, that's money. I like money quite a lot. I can't do that. Next. There's our boy Jack Dorsey. Jack Dorsey is the original Zitter founder or co-founder. He's been off making Blue Sky. Quite a guy, I gotta admit. Usually what happens with your tech startup venture bros is that they make the one big startup or several startups, and then they sell it off and they disappear. No, sorry. They only make one startup and then they sell it and disappear. Very few people are like Elon Musk, where they just serially pump out these successful companies that grift off the right demographics. Jack Dorsey launched Zitter as a microblogging platform. I even remember when Twitter took off, and it was like in 2007, 2008. I just thought it was the dumbest fucking thing. Because if you don't remember, back in the day, unified social media wasn't really a thing. I almost said MySQL, MySpace. MySpace was still around. Facebook, I think, was just starting to take off. And I remember that the Twitter stuff was like so faffy. It's like you have all these idiots on the internet who think people give a shit about what they have to say, that they have important opinions people want to hear. Who the hell would want to listen to some guy from the internet spout off about what he thinks will increase the birth rates with women? Surely only the most anal fart huffing retard could possibly think anyone would want to read his errant opinions on random shit. So it never appealed to me as a teenager. And I remember the big selling point. If you don't know, the original reason why Twitter lengths were so short is that they were built specifically for SMS. The idea is that they would know your phone number and it would be linked to your account. So they didn't have apps. Oh my God, I should explain. In 2008, they didn't have apps. iPhone didn't exist. Like this idea that you'd go to the app store and buy an app called Twitter did not exist. So they had to work with other things. And what they had was text messaging, specifically on the BlackBerry, which was the BlackBerry was a fold out phone that had a full keyboard. So you and business professionals love the BlackBerry. So you take out the BlackBerry and pull out the full size keyboard on your phone, like a mechanical keyboard attached to your phone, and you would hold it with both hands like a Nintendo controller, and you would type out the message with your thumbs with a real keyboard. And older people who were businessy and had to text a lot would use this. And they didn't have apps, so you had to use SMS to talk to people still. And no, young people don't know what a BlackBerry is. If you're like 18, you've never heard of a BlackBerry ever. So in 2008, when Twitter launched, the idea was if you got tweeted at, you would actually get a regular text message alert from the Twitter thing. And the limitations that were in place was it had to contain the @ sign, the full length of the username, and then the message within the arbitrary character limit of the tweet that you were receiving, which was like 256 characters, which is how they got to a certain limit length for the username, and then also a length for the message. It had to fit tightly within this data packet. So then if you got a tweet that you liked or you wanted to make a post, you would pull out your phone and you would just tweet the Twitter phone number or send a text message to that number and it would post it. So Jack Dorsey came up with this idea. It was a smash hit, a great success with every journalist who believed that people actually gave a shit about what they had to say, and famous people and such. And then Elon Musk bought it because it apparently took over politics. Jack Dorsey then realized that Elon Musk was a bit of an idiot and was over alienating the original audience of Twitter. So he thought, how about this? Why don't we make Twitter, but again? And so he made Twitter, but again. And it was another runaway success. Actually, it's declining in population, but it has enough dedicated Trump derangement, like insane people who just can't stand seeing opinions that they don't agree with, that it has its built-in audience. So he's kind of like a psycho. Like, if you ever look at him, he looks like Kaczynski. And I can't decide if I like him or not. He says things that they make me go, yeah, like with Elon, but he's Jack Dorsey. And when he ran Twitter, it was the worst fucking thing that ever existed. So I'm not sure what I feel about him. However, he made Bitchat is my thing. This is not a brand new concept. I want to say that this concept of a messaging application actually saw its first use in 2017, 2018. It was when Hong Kong was, if you don't remember, there was a time where Blizzard was having a Overwatch competition in Hong Kong. And they were passing at the same time, China was passing a national security act through Hong Kong that gave the communist mainland government a lot more control over their domestic policies in Hong Kong. And it was a very big issue that caught international attention. And it was kind of like, it wasn't quite a Suez Canal moment, but it was sort of like, it became obvious that the West had lost its edge against China. You had a clear humanitarian crisis for which much lesser offenses warranted regime change in South America and the Middle East. And at the same time, not only did the American and Western governments not do anything about China doing this with Hong Kong, even though it had agreed in 1999 to allow Hong Kong to control its domestic policy, not only was that happening, but big businesses, which at this exact same time on Twitter were so entrenched in identity politics and pro-democracy and yada, yada, yada because of Trump and fascism and anti-Semitism and hate speech and transgender rights and blah, 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 and the Uyghurs and blah, 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 right? Just go on and on. When that happened, you had this, it was just clear as day. You had Blizzard, massive corporation in America, woke as fuck, would ban you from anything that you owned. You bought a game and you said something they didn't like, you're banned. You don't get to play that thing you bought anymore. And then they go to China and there's this issue where they have billions of dollars sank into China. And you have guys out there saying free Hong Kong or whatever, and they just get swept away. And during this crackdown time, not only was it exposed that the West had lost power and influence, not only was it exposed that these corporations are completely phony when they say they care about human rights and shit. They actually only care about their money. There was an app that launched, and it was a mesh. And the way that it works is that it uses the Bluetooth connections between devices to act as independent relay nodes. So what the Hong Kongers were doing to avoid, censorship online because they were shutting off the internet is that they had this mesh app that allowed their phones to connect to each other to create local chat rooms based off like daisy chaining Bluetooth connections to each other. And it was very clever. Jack Dorsey has effectively recreated this idea as Bitchat and published it as a local peer-to-peer Bluetooth-enabled daisy chain mesh topology type thing, which is quite a cool idea. It was cool and useful in Hong Kong. But who knows? I figured I'd delve into that. Next, on the Ubisoft front, actually, hold up. There's a very special video that I want to play for you all before I mention this.
Oh, Ubisoft.
Every game publishing company like Ubisoft, Jim Sterling, before he died, rest in peace, Jim Sterling. Thoughts and prayers. He had these little garbage memes that he tried to like linguistic kill shot all these companies like Bethesda. Bethesda sucks. He did the Bethesda sucks dance. I remember Ubisoft was one of his least favorite companies because they screwed up so constantly. Ubisoft is well and truly screwed up. They've announced that they will not be releasing their first half earnings report on time with the European Stock Exchange because they need an extension. And not only do they need an extension, they asked the stock exchange to pause trading of their stock so that investors don't panic dump the entire company. But it is speculated that Ubisoft is in the red and they are running out of pathways to become profitable again, which is quite remarkable because we're in an era where game companies in particular seem to be more profitable than ever before. There's small companies in Japan publishing games about uh, anthropomorphized horse girls doing races that are somehow some of the most profitable media entities that have ever existed. GTA 5 is still raking in cash hand over fist, and yet Ubisoft has not been able to keep up with the curve. Which I suppose is kind of a bad thing if you think about it. I mean, Ubisoft makes those large single player games. They kind of suck and they're kind of all very samey. But I guess it's yet another single player game company that's going under. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't really follow it too closely. But I mean, their games kind of suck, is the issue. Far Cry 5 was okay. Far Cry 5 was good because of its soundtrack. If you have a vinyl copy of the Far Cry 5 soundtrack, by the way, I would actually love, I would love a vinyl of the Far Cry 5 soundtrack. It's one that has Hold Your Rifle by Your Side. Anyways, their last game they published, I think, was the one with the Black Samurai. There was a big kerfuffle because there were like three interplayable characters that you could choose, and it was like set in feudal Japan. And one of them was a black guy based off like a vaguely historical character. And he went around with like a big like club, and he could like destroy small local Japanese businessmen and kill them with impunity. So the Japanese were really pissed off about this. And now they're going bankrupt, basically. So I don't know. Wildlands. Danny Glover? Was he the Black Samurai? Let's see. Anno. I don't play games, so I don't get to opine on this very much, but the last one I remember was the fucking Black Samurai guy. And then that's about it. This of right next to the news, by the way, that Steam, which is still profitable, is releasing its own home controller entertainer thing. I'm aware that there was already like a Steam VR thing happening. I think is this their first attempt at like a proper home console, or what? Because I'm not entirely sure. It's true I can never play games again. There was Steam machines. Mostly, I think they had the little PSP controller that you could play games on, but I guess this is like their first full on like actual console type device, which comes at a good time because Xbox recently announced they're not making any more games ever again, right? So I guess if you're gonna launch a game controller or a game system, now's the time to do it. Why isn't my kick chat? There it is. There we go. Sorry, my numbers are not showing up. I like it when my numbers actually work. Anyways, good for Steam winning the console wars. I don't know. I find this stuff very depressing now. You think I'd be happy that like the go woke go broke shit has happened, but at the same time, it's like, okay, so another independent. It's not even like a small company. It's Ubisoft. Ubisoft is going bankrupt. So we have yet another company that was independent that was producing stuff that's just going to be wiped off the face of the planet again. It's like, well, that's not very cool. It just makes the internet smaller and smaller. Next, this is firmly in the rage bait section. Okay, this is the story of a DoorDasher, and as that song goes, it's the story of a boy cried a river and drowned the whole world. This woman worked for DoorDash, okay, and she went to somebody's house with an order, okay, and this is where it gets contentious. She walked up to the door and knocked, and she peered through the window. And inside the house of the customer was there, pants down, penis out. And so she took out her phone, as the youth does, and recorded this man with his erect penis inside his house, saying that she was deliberately exposed to this penis by this man as a form of sexual gratification. Now, what has happened since has hotly divided the internet amongst the gender war lines, as it always does. The women believe that this was a deliberate exposure. That this guy, his story was that he was asleep. He had simply had a cheeky little wank and then fell asleep with his cock in hand, as he did, as people do, not expecting that he would be in this compromising position in the window, visible to the front door, as this young woman approached his door. Her position, or the man's position, okay, is that is true. That he was having a cheeky little wank in the privacy of his own domicile, and this young woman had absolutely no right to perv on him as she did, and to upload videos of his penis on the internet to humiliate him. Well, if you are agreeing with the men in this position, you are on the side of the police, because she has been charged with felony counts of espionage and unlawful recording. Effectively, she is being charged with felony peeping Tom violation, saying that she walked up to this man who could reasonably expect privacy, and without his knowledge or consent, recorded illicit videos of him doing nothing wrong, and uploaded these to the internet for malicious reasons. She does look kind of Jewish, you're right. My thought is that he definitely was exposing himself to her. My thought is also that she's a retard. She uploaded like a dozen videos about this to try and get attention, and she probably really had no business recording it for any reason other than to report it to police. And if she had just done that, she probably would have been fine. Because I'm assuming this shit happens all the fucking time. But yeah, there you go. 2 counts of being dumb. I bit my tongue on Friday. That's why, or on Thursday. That's why I couldn't stream. Believe all men. Yeah, that's right. Next, there is a riot happening in Mexico. Let's take a look at the Mexicans being angry with each other. Okay, look, I'm not like an expert, but that's not a pirate flag, is it? Is that Mexican aware that that pirate flag is actually an anime thing? Did this anime guy think, oh, I need like a cool like black skull and bones flag to like show that I'm unhappy, I'm like a pirate? So he just picked off his like anime poster and is waving it around. I think that's what's happening here. Why are they pushing it? Okay, next one. Oh, they're clashing. Look at them clash, chat. Yeah, take his stick, hit his thing, hit him with the stick, hit him. Oh, that dude. What is with Mexicans? Look at that. The guy's getting dragged, and the guy just goes. He starts just wailing on his penis. He just goes right for the penis. What a dickhead! Why the fuck are you gonna punch the cop in the balls like that? What the fuck? Ow! Owie! That's really mean. That guy's just a police officer, and they're hitting him with like steel pliers and punching him in the balls, dude. I don't want them in my country. You're gonna kill him. He's just a cop. If you do that to the cops and you like start killing them like that, they have no reason not to shoot you. You're like a violent savage. I would put down violent savages. I was a cop and I was being told that fellow cops were being killed. I was just like, fuck it, give me a gun and I'll shoot them. Bang, bang. I guess they broke into... Ay, Dios mío, the greatest attack on democracy ever. Todos. We have to do something. This is like terrible. Muy terrible. They like walked in. Vamos en el Casablanca. Ay, Dios mío. It's like the word. I'm so in fear for my life. Everyone's in fear for their life. We need to hang people for this treason. Apparently, the Jewish president Claudia Scheinbaum, very Mexican name, Madame Scheinbaum, has not done very much about the cartel situation in Mexico. And the residents are getting a little bit annoyed about living in a state of anarcho terror as a result of narcotics organizations running entire provinces on the American border. So this is the consequences of this. I'm really surprised that Madame Scheinbaum has not done her job correctly, to be quite honest with you. Ralph did this. He wishes. The motherfucker wishes he's ever accomplished anything. I told you guys many moons ago that Wikipedia was the biggest fucking scam that has ever existed. Wikipedia has enough money to sustain its operations for basically all of time. However, it's effectively a money laundering NGO for accepting cash for quote unquote Wikipedia and then funneling that shit into the gayest, nastiest shit you can possibly imagine. So one of the things that's always pissed off Jimmy Wales, the guy who's constantly begging you for money he doesn't fucking need, is that he didn't actually found Wikipedia. He's sort of hailed as like this genius inventor of the free encyclopedia that brought all of human knowledge to every corner of the earth and every language imaginable. But he's not really that guy. And when he gets pressed on it, he gets really, really angry. So this is a clip of Jimmy Wales, a thieving con artist, getting really angry.
All right, new episode of Young and Naive. I have a new guest. Who are you?
I'm Jimmy Wales, founder of Wikipedia.
And let me tell you why you need to donate right now. Please, Young and Naive, I really need your money.
You're the founder?
This guy literally printed out a dark page onto a piece of A4 paper for his notes. My dude, you can just invert that shit and save yourself like 10 pounds of ink. What is wrong with you?
You're a co-founder because...
I don't care. That's the dumbest question in the world.
Really?
Absolutely.
There seems to be a...
Okay, wait, hold on. I talked over the interesting part. He got angry at the very first thing he said. I wasn't expecting that.
I don't care. That's the dumbest question in the world.
Really? You're the founder or co-founder? Because...
I don't care. That's the dumbest question in the world.
So that guy literally went down his notes, right? He's got this printed out black piece of paper, and it says that he was the co-founder. So he just asked, oh, my notes say co-founder. What's up with that? And he's like, how dare you? How dare you?
Really?
Absolutely.
There seems to be a dispute.
There's no dispute. I don't care. So, yeah. Say what you like. It doesn't matter.
Well, isn't that like when it comes to Wikipedia a problem? You know, what are the facts?
Yeah. Well, it's not a fact, it's an opinion. So you can have whatever opinion you like. It doesn't matter.
But for you, you're the founder.
Can I just say again, it doesn't matter. I've answered your question 4 times. You know what? I'm done. Thank you. Thanks.
What's going on?
It's stupid. Don't ask me stupid questions.
How is that stupid? It was the first question. All right. We're done here. Shortest interview of Young and Naive. Bye.
Oh my god, he's like woke. Okay, I have to explain something. German, okay? German is a gendered language. It has 3 genders. It has masculine, feminine, and a neutral agender form as well. He says, we think the Young and Naive production or producers, and I assume that he called, like, you know how like they'll thank their Patreon people as producers, like quote unquote producers, because you give $20 a month or whatever. So he's saying, we think our Young and Naive producers for October 2025. Then he has the scroll here. See the asterisk? That is basically the German Latinx when they add like an X for the A or the O at the end, because there are female donors and there are male donors, and you conjugate the word depending on the gender of the people, and you can't do like a plural inclusive form. The plural inclusive form would be masculine by default. So he's actually super fucking woke, and he somehow managed to piss off Jimmy. Look at his eyes. Look at the teeth in his fucking eyes. It's like, it doesn't matter. Actually, that's so funny. Actually, I want to know, what does it say on Wikipedia for Jimbo Wales? Jimmy Wales. And then I get his Wikipedia page, right? Jimbo Wales is an American internet entrepreneur and financial trader. Wow, I didn't know that he had money built into his background. That's not surprising, though. Nonprofit free encyclopedia. He co-founded Wikipedia. It says there right there. It says on Wikipedia that he co-founded Wikipedia. So is this like, dude, I bet you this is my theory on this, okay? I bet you fucking money that there has been an edit war on this page going back 15 years, and he has tried his hardest to persuade the Wikipedia editor community to let him be founder and not co-founder. And he has lost that. And like this hyper autistic trannies who effectively run Wikipedia and have all the clout because they do 99% of the work because they're lifeless autistic trannies, they like completely refuse to give him founder on his own page. So this guy, young and naively, went over to Wikipedia and said, "Ach so, co-founder, yeah?" And I just wrote that down on his black piece of paper and then asked him, "It's like, so you're the co-founder?" That's what it says on Wikipedia. And he just lost it because he accidentally steamrolled over this sore spot that's been bugging him for like 15 fucking years, how he's never been able to get founder on his own Wikipedia page because the trannies just won't let him have it. And he can't even discuss this because the more worked up he gets about it, the worse he looks. And then he has to either attack the editors who are autistic and will walk off and protest if he attacks them, or he has to attack Wikipedia and say, well, sometimes Wikipedia gets shit wrong, for a myriad of reasons. Neither looks good for the guy that constantly has to beg you for cash, right? That's really funny. That's funnier than I think people gave it credit for. I'm gonna give this the very special Knowles Love sticker, which only I can give out. Watch this. Look at this sticker. Can I open this image in a different tab and so show you the sticker? It's a very special sticker. Oh, by the way, I can. No, I can't. That's the white pixel. God damn it. I have been buying not Logitech. Hold up. Steel Series mice. It's funny how we call them the plural of a computer mouse mice. Isn't that? Sometimes I think about stuff like that. I'm like, it's weird that we call them mice because they look like little mices, and then we even use the same plural for mice because that's just our word for it. I use a Rival 3 mouse, okay? And I buy one of these every year, and every year I go through them. One of the buttons stops working, so they're not rated for like 50 million clicks or whatever. I like it because it's super, super, super lightweight. And I don't care. I turn off the chroma key bullshit, but I like how lightweight it is, and I like how it has the 2 thumb buttons, and I like how it has the scroll wheel, and it even has a little profile button. I do make use of that very infrequently, and it has a super high DPI. And unfortunately, this fucking thing breaks constantly, and it's like I'm sick of buying them. I buy like one a year. So if you have an alternative to this that's super, super lightweight, it's got the thumb button, it's got the wheel. Leave a comment, send me an email, matt@protonmail.com or jcman@pm.ma or josh@kiwifarms.net, whatever you want. I got emails for days, boys. I got them coming, okay? What does Grok say? What does the Grokopedia say? Grokopedia Jimmy Wales. I want the Grokopedia. There it is. Jimmy Donald Wales does not refer to him as Jimbo. Is an American lowercase I gotta look, Elon. You gotta fix that. Lowercase I entrepreneur, best known for co-founding Wikipedia. Yes, sir. Even Grokopedia says it's no good, boyo. And yeah, I want a wired. I don't trust anything Bluetooth. I look. I'm gonna be real with you. I hate Bluetooth. I don't trust anything that works by Bluetooth. I just don't like it. It's got a trademark symbol. I don't trust anything that's got a trademark symbol. What the fuck you mean this important piece of technology is trademarked? Does that mean that the Bluetooth people can just shut it off whenever they want to? Fuck you. I don't trust you. I don't like you. I don't like how you look at me. I don't like how you smell. Bluetooth. Anyways. This was an interview with Lunduke, who is like vaguely, he's like a boomer. He's like a based boomer, I guess. He says things are like, oh, I agree with you, based boomer. But at the same time, he's a boomer. And the thing that really pisses me off about him is that he's like super hyper autistic about the Rust programming language. If you don't know, Cloudflare went down for like 2 hours and wiped out like $100 billion of market activity because the entirety of the internet went offline for 2 hours. And the reason why it went offline for 2 hours is that Cloudflare in their core infrastructure and a Rust program had somebody unwrap data. Now, if you don't know, the very particular thing about Rust that makes it super duper mega memory safe is that every single error has to be handled. That's like the core principle of Rust, is that every error must be correctly handled. And if you handle every error in Rust correctly, the program will never break. It will run forever. It will run without modification, without error, without memory leak. It'll run perfectly. And it does. I wrote the Kiwi Farms chat in Rust 5 years ago during like one of my manic episodes. And outside of a couple issues, which is not really Rust's fault, it's just it's the server configuration itself. It has basically never broken. It will run forever. Cloudflare hired some Jeet, and he says, what an interesting idea. I have the return of this function, but sometimes it returns an error sa. Well, it does not return an error very often. So what I can just do is use the unwrap function. You see, when you use the unwrap, you do not have to handle the error. It just crashes the entire they say bloody. The entire bloody program sa, and I don't have to think about it ever again. So that's exactly what happened. They unwrapped the function instead of handling the error, which you're supposed to do, because that's the main reason why I use Rust is to handle the errors. And surprise, surprise, it crashed the entire internet. He literally redeemed 50% of all internet traffic across the entire World Wide Web for 2 hours because he couldn't properly use a match on a function return. And then Lunduke, of course, says, ho ho, he, hoo hoo. I have a long-standing vendetta with the Rust community. This means that Rust is an inferior programming language because this one bug happened with Cloudflare because somebody didn't do their job correctly. It's like, you fucking boomer. You shitty boomer. But he likes the Kiwi Farms. I shouldn't be too mean to him. But he's a shitty boomer when it comes to Rust, okay? Anyways, he interviewed Preston Byrne, who is our attorney, representing the Kiwi Farms against Ofcom, a quote-unquote non-governmental agency in the UK responsible for enforcing British law, who has been threatening 4chan and the Kiwi Farms and Sanction Suicide and other websites in the United States, despite having no significant presence in the US. And he had an interview with Lunduke, and Preston did a very, very, very good job. Preston is obviously somebody who enjoys media attention, and he enjoys talking. And he's very good at those things. Hopefully his legal craft matches, because if it doesn't, we're in trouble. But he is. This interview is very good. If you're at all curious about the case, by the way, I would highly recommend this. He is pretty smart at he's not only like just knowledgeable about what he's talking about, he's very quick. Lunduke will ask him something and he'll have like a whole screed that he just immediately pops off on, and it flows very well. Lunduke eats it up. Lunduke couldn't be happier. Preston's got that way of making things like hyper patriotic boomer slop when he says them, and this Lunduke is like, oh my god, this is the nicest boomer slop I've ever had in my entire life. Give me more, please. So he's quite good about it. He has served. I showed even the great seal of the UK solicitor seal or whatever the fuck in the UK when they got served, and they have responded. the Ofcom has replied in the case of 4chan Community Support and Locale LLC DBA Kiwi Farms v. Ofcom to say they would like more time. The law firm that the UK has hired to represent Ofcom in this issue is one of the biggest big dick law firms in the entire United States. They specialize in international business disputes. They are headquartered in Washington, D.C., and they're quite terrifying, actually. So no expense is being spared at the cost of the British taxpayer to make sure that Ofcom is adequately represented in their case against the Kiwi Farms. I hope that brings you some solace, Angloids, knowing that your tax dollars are going to such wonderful uses. All right, next. Okay, this is what I've been working on. Sorry. So as I mentioned a while ago, I was working on the bill pay idea. Should probably show that first. I first posited this idea some time ago about donating to the forum on a monthly recurrent basis automatically using a antiquated system that few people even know about. It's called bill pay. If you have a bank account, your bank account has a bill pay feature. You mostly do this with your utility companies or your rent or something. There are some monthly things you pay for that are old-fashioned and that will prefer to be paid by check. So the feature exists for every single bank. They've been trying to digitize it, but the old-fashioned check-cutting method still works. There is one and only one downside to this, two actually. There's one downside for you and one downside for me. For you, if you submit a check via this method, you can expect a total processing time up to 21 days. It will take a couple days, unknown amount of time after you submit the payment for it to be processed. It will take 3 days after that time, 3 business days, to arrive at the P.O. box. Our mail guy will collect the mail once a week. So if you're very unlucky, it could be a full week before he collects your check. And then it will take another 3 days for the check to leave the middle of nowhere, West Virginia, to the payment processing facility. And then they have their own additional 4 to 6 days processing time before it's processed. And then once it's processed, I get an email about the batch and I run it through an automatic system, which is the downside for me, is that this is not something that I can fully automate. I had to develop my own system basically for handling the batch processes. I've been taking a very slow go of it, but the upside is that this is basically completely anonymous. As far as what forum account is receiving funds from who. Your bill pay ID is not public. So people who submit in the checks with their bill pay ID, it's not actually tied to their account in any way that's identifiable without having access to the back end. So the checks come in from specific people. If your bank does the bill pay like that, with a number that nobody could reverse look up if they had access to it. And conversely, if they have your bill pay ID, they can't go back and look at the checks and or they would need the checks in order to figure out what account is coming from that. So it's as secure as I can get it. It's already working. From October, which are the checks that are processed so far, we have 118 people who have already gotten their Kiwi Gold account. It is visible. I have it's my progress tracker for trying to reach a goal of 600 people per month in this system. Which would bring our income up for the forum to $144,000 a year, which is about the average entry salary at Microsoft for an H-1B employee. So if everyone chips in, specifically on the forum, over, what is it? It's like over 13,000 people log in every single day. So I'm trying to get, what is it? 600 is what of like 13,000? It's like 5%. I'm trying to get like 5% of people who log in every day to do $20 a month. And then we are making as much as the average Microsoft H-1B employee. And that's our goal, okay? Jimmy Wales Moon. You don't have to give me anything. There are people who actually have jobs that want to support the site. So don't you worry about it. And part of the reason why I'm soliciting money for the forum is to develop features for it. In particular, this. So what I've been working on for the last couple of weeks, which has been occupying the entirety of my time, is that I have a NICMEC reporting system. And this has taken, thankfully with AI, it's a lot easier to get stuff done. The thing that AI is really good at that makes programming a lot easier is that there's a lot of just like boring shit involved in coding. There's a lot of very asinine plugging stuff together. It's not very. It's basically busy work, which is why a lot of programmers are uneducated, because you don't need a high IQ to just plug stuff in together, to following a pattern that's already been perfected by somebody way higher up the food chain. And AI excels at that, at just plugging stuff together. And what I am now at a point is that the system allows me to create incidents, like per moderator. So what you'll be able to do is go to a report, and there will be a second option to super report it as a rule breaking infraction, like with 4chan. That will go up to the moderation queue. There's nothing in the moderation queue right now, so I can't show you. And it'll be a report, and all moderators on the site will get an alert like this that warns them about the super report. Then they have an option to flag it. If they flag it, the account gets disabled automatically, and it creates an incident. And then from my end, it's very easy to take all the incidents and compile it into a case. And then the case, depending on the input, will start uploading information to NICMEC, deleting stuff off the server. And it should take a matter of seconds to undo a serious spam attack and resolve our legal liabilities in the process. Because when you report stuff to NICMEC, it absolves you of potential legal liabilities for hosting something illegal. So, as I said, this is public code. It's on the use. I'm releasing it under MIT, I think, as part of USIBS. So, the support has been funding that so far, and I'll make sure people know that. The one thing that, the other thing that besides like gold banners and stuff, I'm giving people is I'm letting people feature random posts on the site. And it will stay up. You can feature whatever post you want, as long as it's safe for work. So people have actually been using advantage of this, and it's very interesting to see what people will feature. I'm actually going to improve this at some point, so that you can upload like a random banner. People have been editing posts to try and add banners like this, so that you actually see like a standard advertisement. And then I'll make it so that people can actually just do that, and it'll show up nicer looking than the way the system just tries to auto-generate a feature thing up at the top. So that is the idea. And then we'll have income. I will be able to afford actually improving the site, and we will have a happy and prosperous future funded for the first time in over 10 years for in any way except cryptocurrency. The last time I had any kind of actual direct payment system on the forum was when we had PayPal in 2014. And that was the very first thing that got deplatformed from us. Was Vordrak complained to PayPal, and as I said, I've been so thoroughly banned from PayPal to this day that if any credit card I used was associated with that PayPal account, I can't use it to buy anything from PayPal. Like if I try to use, it's my Discover card in particular. If I try to use my Discover card to book an Uber, for instance, it will reject because I use PayPal. If I try to buy something online using it and it goes through PayPal, it'll reject because I'm still banned in that way. So let's see. That's what I'm working on. And then I have one final thing in regards to money. This is what is it? What's the word? It's a ambitious request, right? I have an idea because I'm thinking of this as a sort of collective issue of what I'm calling either the lower or lesser internet. There's a Russian word for like shit sites, like the Kiwi farms where like drama and bullshit happens. And they call it, it's actually the name of the board on the front page for the Russian board. Nizhny Internet. and it means lower or lesser internet. And I'm considering this the lower internet, and that's like 4chan, the Kiwi Farms, Soy Jack Party, sites like that. And the entire Nizhny internet is suffering from spammers, illegal material spammers. So I'm trying to think of a way that I've tried contacting Microsoft Photo DNA. I'm trying to think of a way that I can help, and it's a big ask. But there exist open models that can check for various things that are not trained off illegal material. So they're completely legal. Their data set is completely legal, and they're completely legal to use. But in the right combination, they can maybe indicate if something should be flagged for manual review before it ever becomes public. And so I would like to try and throw together something like that. But in order to process the flow of attachments on the Kiwi Farms, in particular video files, which things can be hidden inside of, I'm going to need something a lot more suited for that task. So here's my request, and I'm going to shoot my shot, okay? This is why I've asked for this already on my Telegram, but if you are a crypto miner or if you're somehow involved in either AI or crypto, and you happen to have one of these fucking things, it is a SXM2 server with very specifically, I'll take other options, but what has been proposed is a good idea, is the V100 NVIDIA cards. I think it's 4 or 8 of these things. I think it's 4 to 8. Actually, I see 8 SXM2 ports on this. So it can fit 8 SXM2 V100s, and they run in parallel. That's the great thing, is that a PCIe NVIDIA card cannot run in parallel, but the SXM2 things can. So you can theoretically take a video in which somebody has embedded something illegal and then extract from these keyframes, which can be ran against open source, legal to use, completely non-malicious, not without training anything, without having to get a license to use something, and acquire certain data points from these keyframes in close to real time, an indication if it may be illegal or not. And if I happen to have one of these things, I could make an API key, which my Nizhny internet could call from. For instance, the Soy Jack Party could hook up to and run their own content through, in addition, because the Kiwi Farms probably won't come close to exceeding the capacity of this one server. And then I could, via USIPs, provide a public benefit as per the purpose of my nonprofit. So, if you have an SXM2 with V100s or better, and you would like to donate it or provide it at a low cost, maybe like a lease or whatever, to the nonprofit, or if you just happen to work in a data center that has these things and you can lease them out that way for low cost or free, get in touch. My fancy nonprofit email is moon@usips.org, and I would love to get into touch with somebody who has one, because I have an idea. It's super simple, super rudimentary. It just needs more computer. Here, look, I'll even go out on a limb here, and I'll appeal to people. I'll persuade them. Hold up. Here, this is effectively, okay, look, this is literally me right here. And I'm trying to check my email, okay? And I just need another. If I had another somewhere in here, it would solve everything. Okay, that's this thing right here. And you probably like this show if you have one of those. Okay, so looking, this is what I need. Give it to me. Okay. Give me free shit. No, it is a charitable contribution to a 501c nonprofit led by 3 people. Nobody owns it. You simply are a board member. Okay. Why am I an address? You have to be an address if you're going to do computer stuff. Okay. That's right, it's Lane. It's an anime reference. That means you have to give me an expensive piece of machinery. All right. With that said, I am ready to terminate the YouTube connection. Neil Maham, you are dismissed. You're not. Your eyes are untrained for what you're about to see. Goodbye, YouTube. We're retreating to the lower internet. Here's your QR code. You better scan it. You better scan it. Here, wait, hold up. I should put this back on the screen in case it would tempt somebody. In case it would tempt somebody who might have one. In case he hasn't heard. It's like, what was that? What was I supposed to be giving Josh? It's this thing right here. An SXM2 server with up to 8 V100. I can get the V100s. We got the main board. That's the expensive part. Well, you have the cards too. That's nice. All right. Sorry, YouTube, but you know how it is. It's a dangerous Nizhny internet. All right, and this time it actually turned off. Awesome. Good job, Rumble. I keep getting emails from the Rumble team about how awesome and cool they are and how they're working very hard on stuff. It's so nice to see the fruits of that labor. Next. I had shown you guys an airplane crash some time ago where I think it was a UPS plane crashed into a UPS distribution center. And a bunch of people died, including the 3 pilots. And it was immediately speculated that there was a maintenance issue, in particular because that plane was housed in a part of Texas that has many, 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 many Indians there. So the preliminary report for the this is a different thing. This is actually an Air India Boeing 747 crash. That is not the postal plane crash. And the preliminary report suggested that all evidence points to the pilot or co-pilot activating the fuel cutoff switches of the father of the pilot who was in command demanded an independent judicial inquiry. The Supreme Court of India has now responded to the petition, saying they don't get his inquiry, but also that the pilot didn't do nothing. Okay, so basically the FAA of India received a report saying that the Air India crash was the fault of the pilots. The father of the pilot then says, Sar, my son is a good boy who didn't do nothing. And then the Supreme Court of India says, you're right, Sar, it is his fault, but he did not do anything. And the quote here says, Justices Saya Kant and Jomali Bagchi told Mr. Sabaha that the pilot was blameless for the crash. As Kant said, it's extremely unfortunate this crash, but you should not carry this burden that your son is being blamed. Nobody can blame him for anything. Justice Baksh also assured the father that the report does not make any insinuations against his son, adding, one pilot asked whether the fuel was cut off by the other said no. There was no suggestions of fault in that report. The court also described reports indicating fault in the pilots as nasty reporting, as they continued. We are not bothered by foreign reports. Your remedy should be before a foreign court. This is nasty reporting. No one in India believes it was the pilot's fault. Awesome. You literally kill people with your incompetence. But the good people of India will always hold you blameless because that is what they are. Next, we have a picture of the Ganges River here. Oh, sorry, that's not the Ganges River. That is the UK. I regret to inform everybody that the UK is now a literal giant pile of trash. Not only because there is a city called Birmingham literally filled with trash, but because their rivers are now filled with trash. Fly tippers bury field in shocking mountain of waste. Not sure if this got mentioned here yet, but some group literally dumped over 100 tons of litter in a UK field, now resembling something out of India. It's also directly next to a river, so that will turn into something out of India very close in the future. The local council came out and admitted they don't have the funds to clean this up and are appealing to the government for funds. So the migrants are just dumping 100 tons of waste into an open field next to a river for no apparent reason other than the fact that they want to. And now the taxpayer has to pay to clean it up. Get fucked, India. More news out of India. This was in Dubai. They were doing a military air show, which I don't know if they have these things everywhere in the world, but in Pensacola, it was always a really, really big deal that the Blue Angels would do an air show in Pensacola. And I remember going there all the time. They're extremely fucking loud. That they do little maneuvers in the air to impress people, to razzle-dazzle them. The Blue Angels are like a big tourist attraction, I think, for the area. Anyways, in Dubai, India was conducting some air show exhibitions, and this is one of them. Let's take a look.
Oh shit!
Very impressive.
Fuck!
You can tell that guy's Arab. Fuck. I think it was a different angle. No, this is after the fact. There was another one where it was like more, you could see like the loop-de-loops. I thought that I had gotten the one that had the loop-de-loops. My good sir, I would like to see the plane do loop-de-loops before it crashes, sir. Hello, sir. I will be doing a loop-de-loop in my high-tech Gen 5 fighter pilot that can epically own China, sir. Oh no, sir. I'm crashing, sir. I cannot pull up. Boom. Shit. There goes your Gen 5 fighter that was going to epically own China. Redeemed pilot identified as Wug Sidr Naman Sial. Pakis and Indian Muslims Mujids are currently laughing at the death of the pilot. So these are the people who reacted laugh emoji. Tanvir Ahmed Ahram, Ramat Abani, Saludin Ahmed, some squiggly lines, Mohammed Tukir, Raj Kukle, Anna Ali. So even the women are getting in on this. Majidir Ryan, Bakia Abbas, Rabia Ali, and Aman Bajwa. Very cool. Very English names. In this first article, I hadn't put these two together until I lined this up and I was reading them for my podcast, as I do. But I have a, what's the word for this? I have a connection here to make, okay? This is bizarre behavior, right? You have a father of an errant pilot who is dead, petitioning the Supreme Court of India to exonerate his son for claims that he fucked up. And then the judge, bizarrely, says, you're right. The report says he fucked up, but he actually didn't fuck up. And nobody in India thinks he fucks up. And you might think that's a weird interaction. That's strange. That doesn't make any sense. Why would the judge do that? Is he just trying to spare feelings? The answer has come to me in a post about something I have never heard of before. And it was actually such an informative post that I'm going to share it with you. So this is a little spotlight here. This guy called Gluttonous Manslob, who joined last year, he made this post about a topic I had never heard of before. I will not read this entire post for you. You'll have to go find it on your own. It is in the India Menace thread on page 1254. But I will read the first couple paragraphs, chat. He says, hi, I didn't see this term mentioned in this thread. So this is such exclusive knowledge. I had never seen this on Hex. I've never seen this on the Kiwi Farms. In 1,254 pages of discussion, 20 posts per page, nobody has even said this word, which I have verified is not made up. It is a real thing. It has a Wikipedia page. So we're going to learn something. We're going to learn forbidden fucking lore, okay, about the Indian subcontinent together. I didn't see this term mentioned in this thread, so I want to share this with you all. It's about Izzat. Some people have mentioned saving face, which is Izzat, but I wanted to elaborate on it. Izzat has no direct translation into English. We only have terms that can broach the same concept, such as honor, reputation, or face. Izzat is so much more than that. It is a zero-sum game of collective honor shared by a whole group of people, all of whom take it very, very seriously. A system like this isn't just foreign to Enlightenment values, but I'd argue it's antithetical to every sensible form of governance on the planet. It will destroy any system that assumes good faith. Izzat conflicts are not about who is right and who is wrong. It is about who wins and who loses. That means it's a zero-sum game where just about any action is justified, including murder, to restore the lost Izzat. Izzat is a limited social currency, and the easiest way to get it is to take it from somebody else. Winning is righteous in Izzat. Losing is unrighteous. This means that if someone plays the game of Izzat well enough, they can get away with just about anything, including murder, rape, scams, cheating, and stealing. The only morality in Izzat is the protection of your group's collective ego. The only appropriate response when your Izzat is attacked is the complete destruction of whoever insulted it. Two people get into an argument. They might escalate, but chances are it won't be that bad. Sorry, I broke your garden gnome. When two Indians get in an argument, the stakes are always deadly thanks to Izzat. Neither of them can back down, nor can they admit fault. Admitting fault is seen as deliberately humiliating yourself. Not only that, but because Izzat is shared, you are shaming everyone who shares your Izzat. So admitting fault or taking responsibility for a problem is a form of a social suicide. This means that even if the dispute was over something completely stupid or trivial like a broken garden gnome, it could spiral into a decades-long honor feud. Izzat is also the reason why police are reluctant to get into disputes. Because Izzat is a zero-sum game, all participants are involved in the game. If a policeman sides with one family over another in an Izzat dispute, this means that he's deliberately taking the side of that family and dishonoring the other. This marks him for retribution by the offending party. Without parties being able to be impartial, centralized authority cannot effectively function. Let's say someone in India complains about a broken water pipe. Instead of the problem being addressed, the official responsible for the pipe denies it's a problem and counterattacks him instead, because daring to question his efficacy for his role was challenging his Izzat. So the official destroys the person who brought the problem up. The water pipe never gets fixed. Izzat is also the reason why Indian managers are so famous for hiring more Indians. It's because from the manager's perspective, he's using his position to gain an invisible social currency. Merit and actual qualifications come second to that idea. If he hired a Westerner, he could not gain or even lose Izzat by doing so. He has a very strong cultural incentive not to be impartial. Meanwhile, if he can strong-arm dozens of Indians into a company, he's gaining huge quantities of Izzat and conspirators who owe him an absolute debt. So, this is what their culture is. This is why they act like this. This is why their country sucks so much. And this is why every single thing that Indians get a hold of is a top-down fucking mess. Because they are managing some game completely invisible to people who are not inoculated in their culture to begin with. They act weird, and you think, wow, that's weird. But to them, it makes complete sense. And I'll give you a great example of this. There's a very famous clip of two Indians arguing with each other. And it's very funny because they're just going, you bloody fucking bastard bitch. You bloody, you bastard bitch. If you translate this argument, do you know what they're arguing about? They're arguing because one guy is warning him to drive carefully. He's saying down the road, there's a hazard, and you have to be careful around that hazard. And the other guy says, don't warn me, I know how to drive. It seems like the most perplexing argument in the world, something that only a child could get upset with. How do you take somebody warning you to drive safely because there's a hazard as an offense? But to Izzat, it makes sense because this guy thinks that you're stupid, that you can't drive on your own. And then he lashes out and says, bloody bitch, I know how to drive. Well, wait a second. I humiliated myself by giving you advice without anything in return, and then you throw it back in my face. That is a horrific impunity on my Izzat. My entire family is horrifically disgraced by this. That you didn't pay me any respect for my help. So you, sir, are the bloody fucking bastard bitch. Enjoy driving your car off the road, sir. You will fucking die horrifically, bloody bastard bitch. And that's how you have to reply to save face under Izzat. And that's their entire society, is this nonsense. This, what we would call a nigga moment, but actually fortified into like a cultural caste tradition that is not just like how people instinctively behave, but rather what is expected of them at all times. And not just expected by them, but expected by their families. Because when you have a nigga moment, like if mama were there at the nigga, okay, you have two niggas, right? And they bump shoulders on each other. And he says, watch where you're walking, nigga. Hey, what you say, nigga? If they mamas was there, the black woman would be like, son, let it go. Let it go. This ain't right, son. Just walk away, son. Like mama would pull him away. But it's only when they get locked into each other's horns that this is a bad thing. But to Indians, if their mamas was there, it says, son, you bloody fucking bastard. You have disgraced us by not yelling, sir. And so he has to do what his mother says, or he's losing tokens, street cred with his own family. And that's why it's so awful. That's why they're so fucking awful, because they have to play this game. It's really just crazy. So there you go. If you want to see this post Post number is 230-432-18, but you can find it page 1254 in the India Menace thread. One of the best posts made on the Kiwi farms in quite some time, I think. This is forbidden knowledge. As I said, the Kiwi farms is the unmoved mover. All you poll tards, you're going to start seeing Izzat on poll. You're going to start seeing it in Zeets. Broke the dam. It's out there now. Yeah, the Mudahar thing. It's like, why would Mudahar lie about being an engineer? Why would he so desperately cling to that? Because being an engineer is great Izzat. And then people coming out after him and saying, you're not an engineer. He can't just go, well, I mean, I guess technically I'm not, but I think I do engineering stuff. He has to go, no, sir, I am a engineer, sir. My credentials is very good, sir. The very best, you fucking bloody bitch. And it's like, what are you doing? You're like a Western Indian. Why are you acting like this? He's still got Izzat because his mama's got Izzat and his dad has got Izzat, and they expect him to protect his Izzat, sir. Okay, so meanwhile, in the Roblox sphere, don't think that only Indians can fuck things up. Whitey's fucking things up as well. This is Rav Blatchik and David Bazooka. This guy has intentionally inflammatory put a Ukraine flag and pig emoji next to Bazooki, which sounds Polish to me. It doesn't sound like a Ukrainian name. Let me look it up. Bazooki. Canadian born. It's a Canadian name, actually. Born in Winnipeg. Graduated Saskatchewan. Parents are Ukrainians. But I mean, if they move from like the Polish part, like from Galicia, that could be Polish. I don't know. I'm not an expert on these things. What about Razblash? You know what's weird? Oh! I was going to say, it's weird that the CEO's name is basically, if you pronounce it Americanized, it's Roblox. But it's a pun. I actually thought that was a Polish name, and it's just, he's making fun of how I say Roblox. And I dead ass, it did not occur to me until just now that that's actually not a Polish name. That's someone making fun of me. Okay, awesome. Cool. Off to a great start. Let's hear what they have to say, Chap.
Last year, activist fund and short seller Hindenburg Research came out with a report arguing, among other things, that Roblox was, quote, compromising child safety in order to report growth to investors. One of the things they pointed to
I'm just going to tell you, the guy that's speaking right now sounds like AI.
was that there had been a decline in your spending on trust and safety. You have denied that. Why? What did they have wrong?
So fun. Let's keep going down this. And
dude, if you're a CEO, you get paid millions of dollars. Do you know why CEOs get paid millions of dollars? They're the fall guy when shit goes south. Your job as a CEO is to be able to look a journalist in the eye and explain away a bad situation. Your job as the fucking chairman of Wikimedia Foundation is not to storm off the set when someone calls you by what you're called on your own Wikipedia page. Your job isn't to be like, oh, wow, fun. Yeah, let's talk about child sex abuse and how we're not doing enough for it. Roll eyes, sigh. It's like, that's not... Your job is to go horns in and be like, look, we've got these problems and the lawmakers are very concerned. And of course, child safety is our number one concern as well. We think some things that are being said are wrong, but we're taking this as seriously as you could possibly take it. And we're introducing a whole suite of changes to fix this up. It's like, but it's just like, wow, okay, let's talk about this, I guess.
so first off, Hindenburg's no longer in existence, correct? So you should report on that. They went out of business for some reason.
What? Oh, I thought he was okay. The article is Hindenburg's article. It's still here. Well, I wonder what happened. This was the article. Okay. I thought he was literally talking about the Hindenburg, where it's like, oh, that's old news. By the way, also the Hindenburg blew up. If you didn't know about that, unless that is what he's saying, I don't know. I honestly, that's like a retard thing to say.
The other thing is, have you researched that information? Because you're asking me about this. I'm curious if you've done your own research.
I have done some research about.
And what's your take on that?
I'm asking you.
Is this clip really in a format that does not play on Firefox? Oh my god, dude.
And
okay, just play on Brave, so I'll just play the audio with it.
Say you and I, we're a system. What is the best way to review every single image going into Roblox at higher and higher quality? And say we figured out the best way to do that is to do it with.
I'll do it. I mean, he's complaining about this. Wow, guys, you're really expecting us to scan everything uploaded to Roblox? I mean, there's so many images. Discord does it. Discord already has racks of machine learning programs that scan every single thing. Yes, even in your private messages. Yes, even in your small group chats. Every single thing you upload to Discord is ran through machine learning. Every message you send, there is no end-to-end encryption in Discord. Every single thing you send is being sent to a Tencent server for analysis and machine learning purposes, with or without your consent, with or without your knowledge, everything, all the time, no matter where, no matter what channel, no matter in private or not. And this guy's going, wow, our multi-billion-dollar publicly traded corporation just can't do what the Kiwi Farms can do with one SXM3 NVIDIA V100 server, chat.
Better and better AI models. Would you pick that?
Yeah.
Good. So you're aligning with what we did. High five.
But I've also been covering social networks.
Thank you for supporting. Thank you for supporting our Roblox decision.
Why would he frame it that way? Why not just say we are you could brag about that. We are using the cutting edge AI assisted technology to do what we could never have done you can frame it that way. This technology did not exist even a year ago. We are using something so cutting edge that is the first of its kind in child safety technology that allows us to review an unfathomable amount of user generated content in real time with the assisted machine learning to keep kids safe. Like, why do you have to be like, would you agree that that's a good thing? Well, guess what, buddy? We're already doing it. Fuck, this guy's a fucking retard.
Vision Matrix.
I also remember 15 years ago.
I'm so glad you guys are aligned with the way we won Roblox.
Right. I also remember 15 years ago when Mark Zuckerberg was saying,
is this a stealth interview where actually you love everything we're doing and you're here to stealthily support it?
I'm gonna smack the shit out of this guy. What a snarky cunt. This is terrible. The whole point of a CEO is to have W-Riz, okay? You're not fucking W-Rizzing here. In fact, I would say this is L-Riz, matter of fact.
I wanted to come in and talk about your new age-gating technology, so we thought we'd get into it.
Okay, next. Hopefully this one has audio.
Would you ever put a prediction market inside Roblox, like let kids bet with their Robux and say, I bet he's gonna steal a tung 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 sahur,
or I bet he's not gonna dress to impress.
Yeah,
I think we would have to do that. Once again, I'll share some of the complexity.
Yeah.
Every single country in the world has different legislation around loot boxes and kid gambling.
Mm-hmm.
And so we would have to be, it sounds very fun.
Okay. When you're talking about systems in your children's video game, the reason why we use the term like gotcha or loot box is to or Pokemon card packs, or what do they call those things where you get like a ball? Like you can buy like childhood gambling is so innate with childhood because you have gumball machines, you have Pokemon card packs. They even sell these things now. They're like plastic toys that come in boxes, and you don't know which ones you're going to get until you open you buy it and open the box and you get the same thing over and over again. We go through great lengths to avoid saying the words child gambling. Reminds me, in the Red Letter Media review of Star Wars, there's after Anakin Skywalker kills all the children, Yoda has to say the younglings he killed. And it's like, why are they called younglings and not children? Is it so that we don't have to say killed children in a movie like being marketed towards children? Is that the point there? It's like we go to great lengths to make sure we don't use the words child gambling when discussing our marketing strategies in a video game. And this guy, CEO, paid millions of dollars, worth tons and tons of money. It's just like, yeah, we've been thinking really hard and long about how to get child gambling in Roblox so we can make more inconceivable amounts of money off damaging the vulnerable psyche of children and expose them to, it's really our dream here at Roblox, knowing that children are sometimes basically prostituting themselves to pedophiles for pennies on the dollar so they can get Roblox. Our dream here is that every little girl under the age of 12 that plays Roblox will be psychologically addicted to betting mechanisms so that it's even cheaper for pedophiles to buy child pornography directly from the source. This is what I think about here as CEO of Roblox.
And obvious. Like, I love
Oh,
that.
to be clear, I think this is a horrible idea. I was just interested if you were thinking about it.
Well, I actually think it's a brilliant idea if it can be done in an educational way that's legal. And so I imagine a no free Robux, no free prizes, just a game called the Dress to Impress Predictor, where it's not like trying to get kids money or anything like that. I would be a big fan of it.
Interesting.
Yeah, start them young.
Did he say that?
Prizes just in a way that's legal. And so I imagine a no free Robux, no free prizes, just a game called the Dress to Impress Predictor, where it's not like trying to get kids money or anything like that. I would be a big fan of it.
Interesting.
Yeah, start them young.
Well,
That's what I always say when it comes to gambling.
When I was in,
You're never too young.
Can we arrest him? Can we arrest this guy? This guy is clearly fucking evil.
Would you ever put a prediction market inside?
This guy is clearly fucking evil. This guy is like the Antichrist. What the hell?
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned sort of kids leaving the platform, and it does become clear in this lawsuits that Roblox is kind of, where predators go to find kids, but then they do try
that he has an objection to. Actually, it's a brick building game. It's not actually a place for predators to find children. It's a brick building game is what we actually do.
I would say in the lawsuit or the press, yes, I would categorically reject the actual description of what you're saying. Yeah. But yes, what you might read in the news would portray it that way. But
I know you have a problem with predators on the platform.
I know a state prosecutor. I'm going to tell him. You got to sue her. I'm going to do this right now.
I think we're doing an incredible job at innovating relative to the number of people on our platform and the hours in really leaning into the future of how this is going to work.
So,
okay, hold up. Where's this? It's in my notes somewhere. Roblox open. CEO flounders. That's the post. Sorry, chat. If I don't do this now, I will forget about it. Okay. Contact my... that's not my glow-in-the-dark. There's my glow-in-the-dark app. Hey, and this... basically says he daydreams about adding, quote, child gambling, end quote, in case you're still thinking about it. Okay. If they get sued again by another state, maybe the unmoved mover has done another. Put a pun. Yeah, I gotta send him a SpongeBob on it. Stamp game on point. Oh, that's not what I wanted next. I have more. Oh, you know what? I have this in a different section. I'll wait until I get to that section. Next in the news, there was a furry convention called Golden Horn in Europe. Not sure what particular country in Europe, but apparently this furry convention was stormed by Chuds. And this has led to some great speculation as to what has actually happened. I've heard everything from Muslim terror attack to football hooligans storming the furry con. But apparently people were injured, and apparently it's sending ripples in the furry community in regards to safety at conventions. Because apparently people are just storming furry conventions and beating their asses, I guess. So there you go. There's your furry news update. And now some politisperging chat. This week has not been a good week for MAGA. Here's the situation, right? So Trump, first of all, ended the shutdown. That had happened by last Friday, I think. Nothing happened during the shutdown. It was a great disappointment to everybody. Then the House Democrats released a series of emails where apparently Donald Trump had been accused of sucking Bill Clinton's dick. Okay. So this is from Mark Epstein to Jeffrey Epstein saying, how are you doing? A while back you mentioned you were pre-diabetic. Has anything changed with that? What is your boy Donald up to now? Mark replies saying, or Jeffrey Epstein replies saying, all good, Bannon with me. Interesting. Mark says, ask if Putin has the photos of Trump blowing Bubba, question mark. Jeffrey says, and I thought I had series. I don't know what that means. Mark says, you and your boy Donny can make a remake of the movie Get Hard, sent via tin can and string. And then Jeffrey says, you don't mean Donny T. And then Mark says, I'd rather be in Donny D's shoes. Now, this is some weird esoteric shitposting between the Epstein brothers as they joke about molesting children together. But Bubba is apparently a nickname of George or Bill Clinton. So there's now rampant speculation if Donald Trump has given a blowjob to Bill Clinton. Then, conversely, these statements came out from the Democrat, or implicating the Democrats in trying to hurt Donald Trump by using Jeffrey Epstein. This was from Jeffrey Epstein to someone called G Max, I guess Ghislaine Maxwell, because it says gmax at lmax.com. That must be Ghislaine Maxwell. Saying, I want you to realize that the dog hasn't barked is Trump. Blank spent hours at my house with him. He has never once been mentioned. Police chief, etc. I'm 75% there. And Ghislaine says, I have been thinking about that. Michael Wolf says, blank Mar-a-Lago, blank Trump said he asked me to resign, never a member ever. Of course he knew about the girls. He asked Ghislaine to stop. Michael says, I hear CNN planning to ask Trump something about his relationship with you, either on air or in Scrum afterwards. Jeffrey says, this was after the stuff had come out and he hadn't been charged yet. Jeffrey says, if we were able to craft an answer for him, what do you think it should be? And Michael says, I think you should let him hang himself. That's ironic. If he says he hasn't been on the plane to the house, then that gives you valuable PR and political currency. You can hang him in a way that potentially generates a positive benefit for you, or if it really looks like he could win, you could save him, generating a debt. And of course, it is possible that when asked, he'll say Jeffrey is a great guy and has gotten a raw deal and is a victim of political correctness, which is to be outlawed in a Trump regime. Jeffrey says, I want you to realize that... Oh, that's... So, lots of shit flinging here. Okay, some indications about fellatio, perhaps. He's caked. Trump got that cake. That's why he's so popular with the ladies, chat. Those women from Slovenia see that cake and they're like, those American men sure are thick. So after this, there was a bit of a... Let's see. There was a bit of an issue where Trump has been going off about how it's Epstein. I never stop hearing about this guy. And it's just like, I wish that this Democrat hoax would go away. And the position on Epstein has flip-flopped approximately 47 different times just this year. Kash Patel, the Indian FBI director, said that there were no Epstein files, that they don't even exist. It's a myth. Then some other bitch in the government claimed that she had them. I forget her name. She said that she had them on her desk right now. And then somebody else claimed that it was like a national security issue. And then someone else claimed that there was nothing in them. There was nothing to release. Oh, Pam Bondi. And then Pam Bondi released a bunch of censored documents that had already been unreleased or released uncensored years before to a bunch of influencers in the most disgraceful publicity stunt ever pulled off by the United States federal government ever in its history. And then more leaks came out implicating Trump in blowing Bill Clinton. And then the actual Congress rallied together, I think under Massey, who's the guy who also did the, was it Massey who introduced the release the documents thing? Congress bill to release Epstein files. Here it is, Epstein files bill for the Epstein Files Transparency Act. Sponsored by Massey. Hey! And someone told me, Josh, Thomas Massey has never once sponsored a bill which has passed. He's never going to get the FDA Regulation Prime Act through. You're never going to eat beef from your neighbor's ranch, Josh. You're never going to eat local beef, Josh. It has to go through the Jeet slaughterhouse always. Massey will never. And then this guy who has battened zero comes out and is like, the Epstein files, pachow, and 100% of Congress, except for one guy, votes alongside him. So I don't want to hear Thomas Massey can't pass a fucking bill. He's going to pass the Prime Act. I'm going to be eating good. I'm going to be eating so good. I've never eaten so good in my whole life. Grass-fed, local beef with a transit time of 3 fucking feet to my table. God damn it. No 1,000 miles there and back. 3 feet. From the butcher's block to the frying pan to my table. Less than a foot apart each, okay? That's what's happening. And Massey's going to do it. If he can get the Epstein file thing through, he can get the beef on my plate, chat. That's what's happening here. Then, okay, so that passed. But they have 30 days. They have 30 days, and there's a little carve-out that says anything about national security can be censored. Just in case. So Trump is saying the entire thing is a national security incident now. So Trump is saying basically, you can't release the Epstein files because it compromises national security. And it's like, okay, if it would, fuck it. Just compromise that national security. I don't give a shit. Let them know the nuclear codes. At this point, it's gone on long enough, Donnie. We got to know who Bubba is. We got to know if his penis is orange colored. We got to know, okay? This is stupid. And then Trump put out a tweet saying that we should start hanging members of Congress, which I don't find objectionable, but a lot of people, he basically said that we should hang people who are guilty of treason. And then all the congressional Democrats came out and said, he's talking about us. He's saying that we're guilty of treason. Like, well, he didn't really say that, but if the shoe fits, go for it, I guess. Why not? If you're going to offer yourself up and say you're guilty of seditious conspiracy against the United States government, who am I to stop you? I agree. Hang them all. And then I decided, you know what? I had written a letter to Marjorie Taylor Greene and many other people using my wholesome SpongeBob stamps, as I do. And sometimes I write nice letters. I said general support because Marjorie Taylor Greene actually came out against H-1Bs. She had flip-flop on this. A lot of people gave her shit. So, oh, she's a flip-flopper, whatever. I sent in a letter of support. Said, look, you said the right thing, and I support that. So hopefully you'll continue to say and follow up with actions the right things. And then I also added support for the Pause Act. The Pause Act is a new bill, I think, introduced by... Ooh, I forget his name. He has a very weird name. It's like Sint or something. But Pause Act basically says no more immigration until we figure out what the heck is going on. That's basically what it says. It's a good act. It's literally like 3 paragraphs long and it says we're no more immigration. So I was like, hey, the Pause Act. That's a great idea. So I submitted the Pause Act to a bunch of congressmen. I said, we got to pass the Pause Act. And then I thought, you know, Marjorie Taylor Greene, I sent my letter to her last year, I showed my letter with my SpongeBob stamp. I said, she's been doing so much of the right stuff. She stood by the Epstein stuff, even when Trump was going after her. And I'm really liking where this ship is sailing with this Marjorie Taylor Greene lady. I don't know if my letter had anything to do with the good things I've been seeing, but you know what? I feel emboldened. I'm going to send her another letter. And hopefully what we're going to see from Marjorie Taylor Greene is a bright future of doing, she's resigned. So Marjorie Taylor Greene, immediately after I sent my letter in the mail, has resigned from the office of the Congress effective January 5th, 2026. And this is my fault. Anytime I like anything, it dies. If I am happy with something, it resigns immediately. I don't know what is wrong with me. I don't know why God hates me specifically, but I assume that it's my life's mission to roll the boulder up the hill and then watch it fall back down over and over again. And now, like, should I even write Thomas Massey? If he passes the Prime Act, he might get shot in the head by like an Israeli spy or something. Like, apparently I'm cursed. Maybe I should start liking bad people more. Who should I write support to? Neil Mahan, loving what you're doing with YouTube, bud. Keep it up. Really happy with all that. Who else? Oh, Microsoft. Oh, Microsoft, yeah, did it again. Cracking down on those pirates who found ways to get rid of the activation message. You go, boy. Who else? Oh, Google. Dude, I saw your interview. I could barely understand what the fuck you were saying, but I'm so happy that you run one of the largest American tech companies in the entire world. You're really doing a bang up job. Sunjay pick shit, whatever the fuck. Matthew Prince. Oh, dude, your torch lights the way, Matthew. You really have a knack for navigating these difficult moral quandaries that pose you as one of the leading security experts in the entire world. You're just doing such a great job, bro. I'm just gonna write it. Hassan Piker, dude, nobody knows animal welfare like you, Hassan Piker. And God, you have such a great sense of fashion. You immortalize the concept of drip and W-riz, my boy Hassan. Just really batting 1,000 there, buddy boy. Who else? Heck of a job, Brownie. That's right. Dan Clancy. Dan Clancy. Man, your anti-Semitism. I thought that the right-wingers knew anti-Semitism, but nobody does anti-Semitism like you, Dan Clancy. I wish I could hate Jews as much as you. I see how much you hate Jews. I'm like, God damn. Hitler can never be like you. Hitler and Himmler, they're quaking in their boots like, hey, buddy, you got to tone that shit down. You got to tone that down. The folk are getting nervous with your level of anti-Semitism. Let's see. That's how I was going to cap that off, that little tirade. So, Marjorie Taylor Greene, no good, releasing the Epstein files, wanting to break down on important skilled immigrant labor that we need so dearly, because nobody in this country can do anything. What we need actually in this country is we need more Indians. We don't know how to. Our planes, the worst in the whole world. We need more Indians. We need more Indians building stuff in this country. Americans just don't know how to do it. Just can't do it, folks. We need more. And what we do need, actually, we need more Muslim communists. So Mandani, the guy, the Muslim socialist who eats slop with his fucking hands like an animal, who is now the mayor of New York City, the financial headquarters of the entire world, is now the mayor of that city because it's now 50% immigrants, and they all think 9/11 is very funny, including Mandani, was invited to the White House. And as you would expect, the fascist in chief, Orrin Hitler himself, and also Mandani, the communist, Arab, revolutionary, anti-Israel, anti-Zionist, they locked horns, as you would expect, of the most bitter of enemies.
You describe why you feel that way, and also, will you do anything to stop him from arresting Prime Minister Netanyahu if he visits New York?
Well, we didn't discuss your second part of the question, and on your first part, I mean, he's got views that are a little out there, but who knows? I mean, we're going to see what works, or he's going to change also. We all change. I changed a lot. From when I first came to office. It's now quite a while ago. It's quite a while. My first term was great. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. We're doing even better now. We're doing much better now than we did even the first term. And I can tell you some of my views have changed. And we had discussions on some things. I'm not going to discuss what they were, but that I feel very confident that he can do a very good job. I think he's going to be. I think he is going to surprise some conservative people, actually, and some very liberal people. He won't surprise them because they already like him.
So just to clarify, this guy is a first-generation immigrant who was born into New York City, or came to New York City. And in his lifetime, he saw the 9/11 terror attacks. And in his lifetime, he saw New York go from a white and Jewish city to basically a brown shithole where mosques are built up around ground zero as Victory Mosque. And he represents effectively everything that Americans despise. The people that voted for Trump absolutely fucking despise him because he's a communist. He's brown. He's a Muslim. He eats with his hands like a dog. Not like a dog, like a monkey. And he's an utter blight and shame on what our country has become. And he walks up to the White House, and Trump's like, he's a pretty good guy.
I called the president a fascist. And your answer was, both President Trump and I have been clear about our positions and our views. Are you affirming that you think President Trump is a fascist?
I've spoken about...
That's okay. You can just say yes.
Okay. All right.
Okay. It's easier. It's easier than explaining it. I don't mind.
And Mr. President, I wanted to ask...
This fucking Firefox.
Thank you very much.
Oh, no, I care very deeply about Jewish safety, and I look forward to rooting out anti-Semitism across the 5 boroughs and protecting Jewish New Yorkers and every New Yorker who calls the City Hall.
So cute. So kawaii. Kawaii, Mr. Trump who loves Mandani. Kawaii. Awesome. What was I gonna say? Oh, my theory on this, by the way, Trump's a New Yorker. He's a New Yorker. Even though they're like politically opposite, I have a feeling that Trump being in like DC and Florida as an old man, he misses like New Yorkers. Probably misses people like him. They're like New York assholes. There's just click, you know. That's my takeaway on this. I think that they know how to talk to each other in like a New York way that's like on a different wavelength. And I just like, oh yeah, New York people. Finally some New York people. That's my thought. Anyways. Goodbye, Newsham. Ciao. Let's talk about troons, shall we? There is a magazine, a feminist magazine, that I happen to be quite fond of called Redux. And when I say feminist, I'm talking about like TERFs, okay? And they do really good investigations into how trannies basically rape with impunity. And really the scale of tranny rape and abuses and the systems enabling of it is really incredible. And they do a good job of documenting that. And they do a good job of, like, for instance, tracking how things play out in the same jurisdiction. There is a judge in England who is routinely giving out multi-year sentences to mums who post something offensive on Facebook. And this same judge, when presented with tranny rapists, like trannies who have actually sexually assaulted children and who have graphic, violent child pornography on their computers, get probation and they walk out free. When first-time offender mums for saying a hateful no-no word about Islam go to jail. And this is all tracked by Redux, and they do a really good job of that. And as a result, they track quite a few famous troons, one of which I had never even heard of before this lawsuit, was a guy called Lee Kotomi, who is a Taiwanese transgender currently living in Japan. Here we go. Now, as we know, Asian trannies are perhaps the most insidious, the worst of all, because you have a sadistic, me, I'm okay with Asians, but I recognize that they are different. They're a different species than us, and that's okay. It's okay to be different. And the thing that really sets Asians apart from the white man is that Asians have diminished empathy. They don't have the ability, or rather, they have diminished sympathy. I've been told this, my Chinese friend once said, yeah, I empathize with people really well, but that just means I know how to hurt them better. I'm like, that's pretty profound. It's not a lack of empathy. Their brains are big enough to understand how certain things feel, but they lack the ability to care. They know how to make people hurt, and they know how that feels, but that just makes them better at hurting people. And that's why some of the most horrific tragedies that have ever happened on the planet Earth can be found in East Asia, such as the human experiments conducted by the Japanese on the Chinese and Manchuria, Pol Pot's regime in Cambodia, which of course was so horrific that even the Vietnamese communists said, we got to overturn this shit because what the fuck is happening over there? Just nightmare after nightmare. The way that the ancient Chinese would execute people with bamboo shoots or death by 1,000 cuts. The most creative, ingenious torture mechanisms that literally the human mind could ever come up with got their start in the Far East. And so we have people like Liz Fong Jones and Lee Kotomi who understand that litigation and continuous assault on certain systems do a really good job of stressing people out. Litigation in particular is extremely effective because it's not something you can fix. You can't really fix litigation. You can't find a technical solution to solve that issue. You're stuck when somebody begins proceedings with you in a court of law that you have to pay attention to. You're stuck in it. So as it turns out, Redux has quite a large network of authors throughout the world that track criminals and sex offenders and trannies in multiple different countries: the United States, Canada, the UK, also Japan. One of the writers happens to be Japanese, and Lee Kotomi, through his investigative work and big Asian brain, managed to dox this woman from Redux who writes articles. And since he is a Taiwanese in Japan, that means that he enjoys certain constitutional provisions in the Japanese constitution that the United States Constitution doesn't have. When MacArthur basically reformed the entire Japanese government, one thing that they really insisted on adding to their version of the Bill of Rights was privacy. And so in Japan, it's a very strange country where copyright theft is a criminal issue and defamation is also a criminal issue, regardless of truth. In the United States, it was set way, way back when the United States was still a colony. There was a lawsuit where someone sued somebody over a business interference type of defamation. Somebody said that his products were bad. And the fact was, his products were bad. They did have a defect, and they were inadequate. And so when the court found out that the statement was truthful, there was no defamation, because defamation required an untruthful claim. To this day, citing all the way back to the 1700s, if you want to sue somebody for a claim, it's actually on you to prove that the claim is false to begin with. No such burden exists in Japan. Merely a harmful claim, regardless of its veracity, can be the basis of a defamation lawsuit. So when someone calls out that this transgender sex pest from Taiwan is a transgender sex pest, that does impugn his dignity and can create a defamation tort under the laws of Japan, because he has a constitutional right to privacy. So that is what has happened. Now, the articles written, actually, it's not what's happened, because the articles that were written by Redux, which Lee Kotomi believes are defamatory, were not written by the Japanese author. But because the author is Japanese and is an editor to the magazine, he is effectively just arbitrarily punishing her for being an author to a platform that she doesn't like, and is going to try and sue there, win, and then expedite his or export his victory into the United States. So if you would like to read more about Lee Kotomi, it's now in the Stink Ditch board. You can go into his background, how he's a trans lesbian anime watching sex pest tranny, and also the details of the litigation, or on the Redux site, which you can go. Oh, it's also on a Signal thing. Where's his article? This is the original article. Redux published exclusive award-winning trans-identified male author from Taiwan sues critic who says he's not a lesbian. Let's see. Apparently an author. I guess he writes. What does he write? He's a female. He describes himself as a female author and lesbian. He incorporates themes of relationships, platonic and romantic, between women within his work. He received a prestigious literary award known as the Akutagawa Prize for his novel Island Where the Red Spider Lilies Bloom. The prize for rising talent, established in 1935, is highly sought after and carries with it a cash reward of $6,400. Is that the exchange rate for yen to dollars now? Holy shit. Holy shit. The yen is... What? That's not true. Oh my god. What has happened? The yen is like... It's like 60% the value that it usually is. Holy crap. The award-winning novel focuses on interactions between young female protagonists. Oh, wow. What a surprise. What a surprise that this guy is into young female protagonists. That's crazy. I would expect him to be into big, burly dude just fucking pounding it like real women are. But no, he's into little girls, apparently, who finds herself stranded on an island with a small matriarchal society run by a group of female priests known as the Noro. The Noro speak and teach Umi a woman's language, and Yumi uses it to communicate with another girl of the same age named Yona. The two then develop a deep relationship. These critics have called attention to the lesbian and feminist themes within his work in order to highlight the fact that he has deceived the public about his biological sex. The observation that he is a man posing as a lesbian, which has been repeated by multiple individuals over the past 3 years, is the basis on which Lee has vexatiously filed the defamation lawsuits in collaboration with Taiwan's most influential trans lobby group, the Taiwan Alliance to Promote Civil Partnership Rights, or TAPCPR. Began accepting donations to contribute to his campaign of slander lawsuits. Financial donations in Chinese to sue feminist turfs. I wonder. On social media, he stated that the funds would be raised to file a civil lawsuit and criminal charges to combat misinformation. Okay. There you go. I'm sure you understand what's happening here. Next, lighter news. Chantal back in Canada, living her best life. Now, I will not play for you another 45 minutes of Chantal streams. I will simply show you this picture and another picture, which may be, lighter. May be of some shock to you guys. Chantal, who is chronically lonely, has decided to start streaming with our boy Peetz again. I don't think I've seen a picture of Chantal and Peetz together since, 2018? It's been a long-ass time. She's been doing her Muslim LARP for what seems like an aeon now. She had to stop hanging out with Peetz even because her Muslim boyfriends insist that she not spend any time with him. Even though he's trans, he's a beautiful woman, actually, under Canadian law. He's a heckin' valid NB. And so he's not really a threat to these Muslim men. But of course, these patriarchal Muslim types, they said you can't hang out with Peetz. Okay. And then one other little note here. And I will subject you to minutes of this, I'm sorry. My boy Finnster is up to no good again. Let's see if I can remember what Finnster was doing. He's, of course, was famous for being a Minecraft YouTuber with an audience of mostly children. And then at some point in his streaming career on Twitch, big donors began giving him thousands and thousands of dollars to start cross-dressing on stream, which he obliged, and is now famous for having completely trooned out, considers himself fully female, and he does OnlyFans. So he does transgender OnlyFans. I believe he is Australian and lives in the UK. This is debated. I always get this wrong. He does live in the UK. I always thought he was Australian, but he lives in the UK. And let's see. There was something else that he did that really pissed me off. What was it? He's on my shit list. He's high up there on my shit list, and I forget why. He's English with a specific accent. Okay. He supported Bob posting. If you don't remember, and bless your heart, Bob posting was a boyfriend tranny of Keffals, Queen Keffals. And during Drop Kiwi Farms, Keffals was very, very, very proud of sponsoring something called the DIY HRT Directory, which was a how-to guide for buying cryptocurrency and using it to purchase mail order home lab HRT. In particular, they advertised a Brazilian tranny who made HRT in his own house. Famously, his vials of HRT would include cat hair inside of them, which you were expected to inject into your thigh, into a major blood artery. And this was sponsored by Keffals. However, I believe that Finnster was also a heavy promoter and donor to the HRT DIY directory. Oh, Goon Clown! Goon Clown! He was a friend of Ella, who was a famous tranny from some other fucking circle. And there is a picture. Oh my God, I have to find this picture. Oh, I remembered. I remembered why you're on my shit list, Finnster. Oh, here we go. We got our boy Finnster. One of these guys, I don't know who is who. I think that's Ella. That went by Ella. And that guy in the middle, I'm pretty sure, is our boy Giggly Goon Clown. Goon Clown is an absolute literal monster in the most literal definition of the literal word monster. He is a sadistic pedophile freak, horrifically addicted to pornography. And he records himself masturbating to child pornography. And this blew up in Ella's face. And then this wonderful picture of Finnster hanging out with them leaked. So he's always caught proxy flack from the Goon Clown fallout. Wrong again? The guy in the back is the Mr. Beast troon. Oh, it's the Chris Tyson guy, right? Okay. Okay. So it was the Chris Tyson, Mr. Beast troon. Who's the guy in the middle? That's so ugly. I thought that was Goon Clown. Middle is Ella. But Chris Tyson and Ella, didn't Chris also have a relationship with Goon Clown, or was it just Ella? Chat, you have to help me out here. Dude, I can't. Okay, it was just Ella, and which is the middle one. And then both Chris Tyson and Finnster caught flack because Ella was receiving very, 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 from what was actually leaked, we don't know like the full details, but what was actually leaked of what Ella and Goon Clown were talking about was horrific. And Goon Clown himself was an absolute fucking monster. So he's always caught shit for being as related to that. In addition to the HRT directory stuff. Then, and he ran a Discord server where kids like as young as I went through it and I pulled messages from their introduction board. Because their introduction board had a thing where you could say your age. And there were like dozens of kids that were talking about being like 12 or younger, like in his HRT board. And he never shut that down, by the way. He just locked it and made it so that you had to do like a song and dance to get in. But all that stuff got privated so that you can't just go to their server and openly see that he's talking to like preteens and stuff on the Discord server. Then the UK banned puberty blockers. And so Finnster had been set up a charity to try and help kids get on HRT and puberty blockers, regardless of where they lived, either legally or by pointing them in the right direction to acquire that. Not actually supplying the puberty blockers or HRT, but like with the HRT DIY directory, possibly helping kids acquire access to cryptocurrency so that they could buy illegally HRT and puberty blockers in the mail to have it sent to their houses. And he's very, very proud of this. Let's see, I'll play his introduction video. He posted this on Twitter.
If you're trying to get healthcare as a trans person, the wait list can either be like 20 years or no. Genuinely, even most private healthcare clinics just don't take you on if you're trans. But not anymore! Okay, well that's the goal anyway. Some of you may remember years ago now, I started talking about building my own not-for-profit healthcare service for trans adults and trans youth, and it's done. It's called Anne, or Anne Healthcare. A friend of mine actually started her transition with Anne, and she didn't know I had anything to do with it up until... Actually, I don't know if they do now. Hi! Not every trans person has the resources that I do. I think I owe it to this community that's put me in the position I am in now, and that's helped me be okay with who I am. I funded this specifically so it wasn't taken over by, like, some venture capitalist investors seeking to make a profit on it. I make nothing. No one makes anything. I have no shares in this company. The money seems to be going to the right places. I trust Susie and Lizzie to keep making good decisions, and I
that name drop's important.
Trust the amazing therapists, doctors, nurses, patient coordinators, IT staff, just everyone on the Anne Health team that is doing an amazing fucking job. They've worked so insanely hard. If you're watching this, you are so cool. Thank you for helping.
In case you're wondering, Finnster is like on his 3rd or 4th round of facial feminization surgery, like having his Adam's apple shaved away, having his chin shaved away, having his face reconstructed. He basically goes down to Barcelona like every couple of months to get his face fucked with, so that because he's hitting twink death. I have a request. I need some way for people to come up with a clever name for him. I'm aware that there is a product called Finastride, like a black guy saying I'm Finastride, but it's about hair loss. So insecure men, when they get hair loss, they take that Finastride. And then you got Finnster, who's going to hit twink death and lose his hair. So I need some way to make Finastride and Finnster fit together in a way that's kind of punchy and not too tortured of a pun. So you immediately recognize that it's both Finnster and a reference to hair loss. Okay, you got to help me with this. Think about it long and hard and leave a comment about how to make this F1 Nastride or something, okay? It's my project for you guys. So, the Anne, which is his name for his charity, which is raising money hand over fist because his fetishes, like his donors into the fetish are like, wow, you're gonna help kids get on HRT. That's so cool. I'm gonna give you $15,000. The other people that co-founded this service with him are Susie. This thread needs to be updated, actually. But they formed an organization called Mermaids. This thread, even though it's very small and has a very old OP, is one of the most important threads on the site. I've talked before about how the transgender SRS surgery horror show is probably the most culturally important and impactful thread on the entire Kiwi Farms, because it has literally saved lives. Like not directly and not like saying I'm a hero or whatever, but that thread has convinced people not to mutilate their bodies irreversibly, and has shown other people how, because there's this assumption that, oh, medical science has come so far. Of course we can make men into women and make it completely and totally indistinguishable. Of course, medical science is so crazy. And then you look at the actual results, and a normal, well-intentioned person who thinks that's just like, oh, this is a horror show and I've been lied to. So it is one of the most important threads. This is one of the most important threads in that regards as well. Susie is I don't believe Susie is transgender herself. They're the mother, if I remember correctly, and I'm not super plugged into this, I believe that their child, they're a doctor, I want to say, and their child is a trans child. So that's why they got super big into trans activism. And the whole Mermaids organization has been embroiled in controversy, which has been documented pretty extensively on the Kiwi Farms. So that the entire, there's like systemic rot here. Like, this is a literal groomed person who hangs out with people who are sex pests, who hangs out, and they hang out with people. And this is only what we know from what was leaked. Finnster had a young audience. He was a literal Minecraft YouTuber with a built-in audience of the under 13 demographic, who then publicly transitioned and started doing cross-dressing and make it like a fun tee-hee type of thing, who to this day maintains a public Discord in which people under the age of 13 do participate. And I have seen this with my own eyes. I've archived this on my own volition. This guy then hooks up with, then starts doing pornography. He's a pornographer. There are videos of him getting his dick sucked by his tranny boyfriend that are just available to anyone. If you're like an old fan of Finnster or like a young fan of Finnster and you search Finnster, you might just find a picture of him getting his dick sucked while dressed in drag. That's just what's going to happen if we have kids entertainers who are also transgender porn stars. And then he hooks up with women or trannies or whatever to start a foundation to specifically get kids on HRT. And the people that he's involved with have a history, a sordid history, a bad history of doing the same. And it's like, this is so gross. It's so disgusting. And he just rakes it in hand over fist. He is so rewarded for his work in hurting kids. And it is so depressing that nothing is done about it ever. And even the UK, which is supposed to be Turf Island, is just okay with this guy openly stating that the mission statement of this charity is to send kids worldwide to do stuff that would be unlawful in the United Kingdom. And for the kids in the United Kingdom, he is teaching them how to circumvent the law on their own, which apparently is just allowed, and nothing's going to happen to them. It's like, I just don't get it. It's so obvious. It's so obvious and nothing's ever done. I suppose that's the point, that nothing's ever done. So that's life in jolly old England. Next. Now we're finally in the good spot. Okay. This is actually what I was going to talk about with Roblox, but I didn't get around to it. I'm kind of not very well informed on this. Warning, I'm never informed on anything, right? But this I vaguely am aware of. There's like a Roblox influencer, like content creator called Parlo, who apparently was in a gay relationship with somebody maybe associated with like 764, and now his entire like career has collapsed overnight. Let's take a look, okay? What am I looking at?
So guys, we did it. I am the gay pedophile YouTuber, Pyrocynical, but my real name is Niall Anthony Murphy, and I live in apartment unit 2208 at the Eureka Tower, located at 7 Riverside Quay, South Bank, Victoria, Australia. I used to be a sissy faggot that grooms kids on Discord. After the sharty found my location, I'm keyed and base pilled and want total vor fag death. I hereby formally invite you to the best website in the world, located at soyjack.st. Feel free to come visit me at my apartment and send all the Jimmy Cobsons you have to offer.
Well, that's nice of Pyrocynical to invite people over to send them Cobsons. So this was posted by Parlo's co-owner. Is this Wolf? West SM67. Okay. So this document was dropped. Is this a different person, I suppose? Called Renee Sands, which I guess is like a reference to Sands. And apparently in this, he describes his homosexual relationship with Parlo, and that apparently he would have conniption fits over the kiwi farms. And this guy had to constantly tell him to stop freaking out about it. He says, when we did sexual stuff again, in which he complimented my appearance and far more about me, after we decided to lay in bed for a bit. Side note, but he actually tried talking to me about how him constantly checking his own thread on kiwi farms and our YouTube drama subreddit is justified, which is something I told him constantly to just ignore. So he was laying in bed after having gay anal sex, complaining about the kiwi farms. I bet you that this has happened a lot. I bet you this has happened many, many times. But in retrospect, the fact that he tried saying all that after we literally just had sex is the most lol-cow shit I can imagine. I bet you it happens all the time. But because of how long he was dicking around and working on the Pyro document, by the time we were done, we had only an hour before we had to leave and go to clubs. We obviously both needed to shower, so because you got shit on your dick because you're a fag. So I suggested we take a shower together to save time. We did, so when we got out of the shower, our third party had already left and texted me saying we had already gone to the train station. Because of how he worded it, we both thought he was mad at us. He started breaking down and crying at the thought of our friend being upset at us. When I tried to hug him, he told me to fuck off and blame me for everything that's wrong. I simply went quiet, walked in the bedroom, and laid in bed because I figured it was not worth my time. Okay. And then Parlo made his own document saying, Wolfgang/internet adjacent situation. This document covers sexual predation, zoophilia, sexual coercion, unwanted sexual contact, suicidal ideation, suicide baiting, emotional manipulation, image leaking. I think other things are leaking. Privacy invasion and sexually transmitted diseases. Do I dare open this? I don't think so, chat. I'm not that curious. Apparently, Wolfgang put out this quote. Let's listen.
Defender, what do you think about Charlie Kirk, bro?
Okay. I don't know. Does he support Tommy Parkey or no?
Like, what do you think about his death?
I'm sorry. Wait.
I don't know. I got told.
What was that?
No.
Like, what do you think about it? Like, what do you? Like, what do you think? Like, what do you think about his death?
I don't know. I got told about it in like some 764 chat.
Oh my god, you're such a fucking loser.
Yeah, they're like making edits of it. They're all like actual faggots in there.
Bro. Oh, okay, but well, what do you think? What do you think, bro?
Okay, so he was just casually hanging out in a gay pedophile Discord after having gay anal sex and talking about the kiwi farms. Unfortunately, I believe that this has happened quite a bit. I don't know what's going to pop up on this if I just scroll down. I really don't care about these faggots having butt sex. Okay, it appears that people in Parlo's Discord server aren't taking his shit. They have a 6-hour message limit, yet people are still reacting with emojis. Frev and the server co-owner trying to use their propaganda tactics. They were a prostitute. UTTP having a field day in the comments. Parlo, for the love of God, just get off the uppercase I internet and don't come back. You need help. It's for the better. Parlo says, well, now I'm obligated to defend myself and I have to speak my side. He was rated 34 times negative. Disagree with this. Don't defend yourself. Who wants a stage where I can answer questions for more transparency? Camellia's on drugs says, I don't know what to believe anymore. Parlo says, no one wants to ask me direct questions. If you are angry, just give me the ability to speak for you. Liploof says, I guess we were doomed from the start of this, huh? Really crazy how everyone turned on me as if I took part in this. Make it so people can't speak there in the chat. Okay, and this is the voice chat. And there's like, what is it, like 30 people in there? It's a lot of people. Start banning anyone who rates, make threats or slurs. That's what you're concerned about? What? You can't call me a faggot. Keep the mature people in the server. Anyone who spams, just spam them. Should be good for now. He starts banning people. Okay, so he's getting bullied on his Discord server. Many such cases. Okay, so this guy called Himpleton started a stream to reveal and read the documents by both of them. So he did the thing I don't want to do. Great. This goes 2.5 hours. I'm glad I'm not reading them. Parlo is accusing Wolfgang of sexual assault, and Wolfgang denies the allegation. So Wolfgang is the guy with the smoke detector and the 764 server. Here are the noted details. You ready? Another streamer named Dickers started to stream, in which Parlo and Wolfgang both call into the same time. Is this a different Dickers than Review Tech USA? Is Review Tech USA somehow involved in this childhood Roblox drama involving gay sex and the Kiwi farms for some reason? Okay, it's a different Dickers. Okay, great. So Parlo and Wolfgang were in a gay relationship. Yeah, I sussed that part out all by myself, chat, if you can believe it. Parlo paid over $1,100 to fly Wolfgang to London and another $1,000 on a new laptop after making his GoFundMe. Parlo and Wolfgang also had disagreements over Parlo obsessively checking his Kiwi Farms thread and posts on our YouTube drama about him. Wolfgang constantly pressured Parlo into sexual situations, despite Parlo, according to him, showing clear signs of discomfort. Parlo claims Wolfgang fingered him without consent. That's dirty. Someone just reaching over into your butthole and putting a finger in your butt. A dirty finger in your dirty butt. Gay people are fucking nasty. Wolfgang has terrible hygiene. A dirty, dirty finger randomly stuck up your ass. This is the gay lifestyle. Wolfgang had chlamydia twice. Wolfgang has a purple glitter dildo named Cinderella, which Parlo used. That's how you know. Love is love, kids. Their love is just like our love. They share purple glitter dildos named Cinderella and put dirty, stinky fingers in each other's assholes at random. Wolfgang likes dog dildos. Wolfgang took a picture of him and Parlo kissing and sent it to a friend without Parlo's consent. Parlo recorded Wolfgang getting into a fist fight. Wolfgang was extra pushy for Parlo to take a shower with him, despite Parlo not wanting that. This led to a very awkward scenario where Wolfgang gets into a shower with Parlo, despite Parlo never once giving clear consent he wanted that, insisting on washing Parlo's back and then asking Parlo to get back in to wash after Parlo had already left the shower. Wolfgang did not clean up after himself after shaving. Wolfgang flirted and sent nudes with Parlo's manager, Avalon, who had just turned 18. Wolfgang, Parlo, and not using an Oxford Karma, Avalon, planned on having a threesome, which never ended up happening. Wolfgang sent unsolicited gay furry porn to his friends constantly. Wolfgang sent Parlo's contact name to future boyfriend before they ever discussed dating. Wolfgang and Parlo both agreed not to go public with this story, but both went on other YouTubers about each other and wrote documents just in case. Wolfgang says he wouldn't have come out about the situation if Himpleton didn't warn him Parlo was planning on releasing his document first. Okay, let's read. These are the spicy DMs. When do you want to do it? Before food. How long do you want to do it for? Sweaty, you're gonna have to let me know ahead of time, because if I eat, I'm gonna get shitty poo poo everywhere. Love. As long as I can last, I guess we should before 12, because that's when Domino's closes. So gay sex is basically just planning your meals out. So we have to have sex for some time between after I wake up and don't eat, but before the Domino's closes, because after we have Rudy Poo gay anal sex, I'm gonna want some pizza, and if the Domino's is closed, I'm gonna be pissed off. So that's the gay sex is happening somewhere between waking up and not eating, and then before the Domino's closes. That's how it works. What do we want to do about blank? I don't want to have sex with him in the other room. I know we can do it another time if you want. It's up to you. I'd rather tonight, though. I can ask him to dip. I hope you had fun last night. I did X. Where do you think I can meet y'all? Do you want to still try topping? Oh, this guy a bottom bitch. This guy a bottom bitch with a pussy that takes the Cinderella. I could, but I'm stressy about it. What does this guy sound like? Hold up. I have to know if he's like a wispy queer. Parlo.
You are a fucking faggot tranny bitch who takes fucking black cocks up their ass. You are a fucking faggot tranny dyke. You are a fucking slut whore bitch. Don't ever say that about me. I literally, all my shit.
I literally get bummed up me bum and have chlamydia and eat Domino's pizza after getting butt sex.
I have to deal with was the outcome of fucking faggots like you who made my life hell.
He's getting canceled by Roblox players for being transphobic for this clip. This is what this guy looks like, by the way. Let's replay this. Hold up. Okay, that's him. That's the clip.
You are a fucking faggot tranny bitch who takes fucking black cocks up their ass. You are a fucking faggot tranny dyke. You are a fucking slut whore bitch. Don't ever say that about me.
Fascinating. Don't let your kids use Discord. Okay. Topping you up. I'm gonna grab the cord to your Xbox. Come in here. I do want my pee-pee sucked lickle. You have to be delicate? Can you join voice chat? Opinion. Crop tops. Okay. I'm confused how a three-way works. I've never done it before. Have you ever seen the movie The Human Centipede? And then I guess there's pictures of his butthole. Art sexualizing anatomically correct genitalia depicting knotted canine dog cock is inherently zoophilic. I mean, come on, man. So he draws the line at the fake dog cock, but the glittery purple Cinderella is okay. Dude, I could go to the store and buy a dildo shaped like that right now. I mean, Bad Dragon exists. There's a distinct difference between anthropomorphic furry art with humanoid genitalia and furry art depicting anatomically correct canine cock. Gay people are fucking weird, man. You're putting a piece of plastic up your ass. Bad Dragon is owned and operated by a pedophile zoophile who has cast animal sex reproductive organs. He's a pedophile now? Why is the guy that owns E621 a pedophile? Grok! Why do they call the guy that owns Bad Dragon and E621 a pedophile? Question mark. Okay, Grok. The guy in question, Jan Mulders, or Varka. Key reasons for accusation. Bad Dragon's forum policies and discussions. Bad Dragon's official forums, which are now defunct, reportedly hosted lengthy threads explicitly supporting or debating pedophilia as a kink. E621 content moderation hosts volumes of explicit furry art, including Cub, which is lolly or shota. Direct allegations against Mulders or Varco. While the bulk of the pedophile label is tied to the above, some community posts and blacklists explicitly accuse Mulders himself of pedophilic in behavior or sympathies. These are mostly anecdotal or forum-based, but they persisted in furry discourse for a decade. Many ex-users call him a pedo. And Bad Dragon has had multiple scandals, including rape allegations against former owner Kamo with a police report, bestiality ties, including casting from animals, employee mistreatment, art theft, and transphobia. Oh my God. Lock this nigga up. And these create a pattern of ethical lapses, making the pedophilia claim feel part of a larger toxic profile. You can't just do that, though. Like, okay, if you want to ding him for the E621 shit or for, like, the Bad Dragon form, like, go for it. But you can't be like, oh, he's transphobic, therefore he fucks kids. That's not how it works. GoFundMe. My dad has control of my finance. Oh, I read this message. My dad has control of my finances currently. Is not putting more money in my account. I will be providing a screenshot. So his dad walked in this guy taking the knot. Okay. He just watched his North Footy game. I'm setting the situation here. North Footy just fucking won. He's having a Bosch day, okay? And he's like, I wonder what my son is up to. So he walks upstairs and says, son, are you winning? And he burst open the door, and his dear son has taken the knot from the Varka animal dildo. That caused him, I suppose, to seize the financial control of his son's bank accounts. And he says, I will be providing the screenshot proof that the money used from the GoFundMe was used on rent and food, and I did not scam anyone. However, I'm going to appeal to those who donated to me on the GoFundMe. If they want their donated money back to them, despite the horrific financial position I'm in right now, if you all could refund people on GoFundMe, then please let me know. Okay, so people wanted a refund because he supposedly scammed people. I beg for this to remain private. Now my sexual assault is being mocked, and you're all fucking harassing me for speaking out. Diddled alert is every time. Dude, I'm telling you, they reproduce. They reproduce by diddling, okay? And you're all fucking harassing me for speaking out when I didn't even come out about it first, you stupid fucking retards. My life is 500 times worse than you and Michael's and Ruben's, and you can all fuck right off if you think I'm letting this cretin slander me. Well, as far as I know, Ruben doesn't take it up the ass, so maybe you're right. Parlo paid him £1,000 for groceries but couldn't pay me. Okay. Parlo is now employed by our greedy company. He's a worker of Guam Gotopia. I don't know what the fuck that means. I have no idea what the fuck to do. I need someone to make decisions for me. I fucking hate and refuse to make decisions for myself. Which led to him doing the unthinkable. He has simply deleted his entire YouTube channel and has left. Wait, no, he didn't do that. Mugen says hijacked my account and posted porn on my channel and got it taken down. He is deliberately pushing me to the brink. This guy is fucking evil. So he gave access to his YouTube account to his buddies, and they just uploaded some BBC Soyjack shit to it. And now he's banned from YouTube, and his entire account's gone. So he's been completely obliterated. This guy's life is now ruined. He couldn't handle being a YouTuber and getting fucked up the ass. Okay, cool. I even thought of this afterwards. So this is what's going on Roblox. In case you're wondering what happens to the Roblox community, this is part and parcel of being a member of Roblox. Yes, this is still Parlo. And then next, chat. Nobody has noticed this except me, but Sammy Classic Sonic Fan is apparently back on YouTube. I haven't even listened to this video, but let's see what it's like, okay?
I am nervous. I am nervous to make this video. And, well, first of all, how are you doing? How are you guys doing today?
Is he like,
just cut to the freaking chase.
Is this guy like imitating himself? Is he doing like a thing where he's like recreating the character?
The views have spoken. The views have spoken on the freaking last video and all the freaking subscriptions, and I just gotta ask, why are you here? Why are you here? Did you not watch the video all the way through? I specifically freaking said that I was done making content like this. That video was supposed to be the last one. No more after that. No more. I'm breaking my own freaking rule right now.
I'm not sure. I think he is doing like an impression. What do the comments say on this video, I wonder? He finally got his marbles back. You're a teacher. I guess he is doing like a character, but talking about what he's actually up to. Don't worry about what people want. We like your videos because you're real, genuine, authentic, and we appreciate that. Being authentic is not a good thing. I'm authentic and people despise me. Oh, so he did like other videos that I guess were not so popular? No, he did them like 2 years ago. So he's trying to, I don't know what's going on. I'm a little bit concerned here. He never stopped making videos. I just stopped hearing about him. I see. Interesting. Well, there you go, chat. If you were a fan of Sammy Classic Sonic Fan back in the day, he was one of the first people that we had threads on. I remember lots of people gave me shit because he was like 12 when he was like Sammy Classic Sonic Fan. So now he's like what? Like 27? He's almost 30. And now I can have a thread on him, I guess. But people gave me shit for it. I didn't do nothing, chat. He was on a PewDiePie video. Oh my god. He really made it. It's true. This is what the internet does to people, chat. Speaking of the internet ruining people, iDubbbz has published a video called Is Trump Trolling Secretly Based? And this is his worst performing video of all time. After 2 days, it did not break 100,000 views. It's one of his least performing videos ever created. It is fewer views than his 11-year-old reboxing video of a GTX 770. To give you an idea of how long ago this was, he was playing with a GTX 770 the last time he performed this poorly, okay? This means that he is experiencing a 93.5% decrease in views, despite being an almost 8 million subscriber channel at some point in time. Fascinating. Then, I guess I'll do this in reverse order, okay? I have nothing to say about this because my take on this was yelled at. Apparently, snake people are the most autistic demographic of the internet users, and I don't give a fuck. So I'll just say this straight, okay? Anisa adopted an African snake called a ball python. If you don't know, they live in Alberta, Canada. So they're gonna have to pay to heat the fucking cage for this thing. But apparently this is no big deal. Apparently a ball python does literally nothing. It sits in a hole, and then when it's hungry, it comes out and eats, and then it sits in its hole again, and then it takes a shit. And it does this on like a 2-week interval. So there's literally no care or maintenance involved in having the snake, and therefore it is actually the best snake possible. This is what I was told. I featured this saying it was probably a bad idea, and everyone, literally, I got like literally 100 people who are snake people said, no, ball pythons are not dangerous, and they're super easy to care for, and they're like an entry-level snake, and blah, 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 blah. My theory, here's my theory when it comes to snakes, ready? If you own a reptile or insects, or even a bird, fuck birds. Well, I can't say that because of Terry Davis. Okay, birds are exempt. But if you own something that's like not a mammal as a pet, there's something wrong with you. And we can look at a mammal's face and understand its emotions. Okay, we are related to them. They have many characteristics that we do. We can anthropomorphize them because they act in ways that are slightly familiar. There is nothing about a snake that looks human. It doesn't act human in any way, shape, or form. If you somehow find a snake or like hissing cockroaches as like good company, you probably should become like a mortician and dissect humans for a living because there's something wrong with you. Okay? Fucking weirdos. Anyways, I got a snake. If you feel like this is a good thing, press 1. If you feel like this is a bad thing, press 2. Let me know what you think in the comments. Be sure to like and subscribe. And finally, the part I actually want to talk about. A while ago, I did a Gumroad review. By the way, matttheinternet.gumroad.com. I am one day going to post something that's not about cheese. Well, not, I promise. And I like money. I did a video about smashed and slammed pugs. It's actually a really good video. If you subscribe, you can go watch it right now and support the channel. iDubbbz was sent this video. He didn't pay for my Gumroad, unfortunately. He just stole it. Stole it off of YouTube, and he watched apparently 7 minutes of my smash and slam review, and nobody told him that this was me. So I don't know what kind of reaction we're looking for here, chat. If you hear someone talking about dogs, it sounds like me. That's me from the past. Okay, I'm going in for a live reaction here. This is 2x Pimpy, 3x Bape. iDubbbz's reaction.
Oh, here we go.
There's like a task, like, oh, I need a dog that's really good at herding sheep, and then you have a border collie, which has a instinct that doesn't exist in nature that we created in a dog to facilitate herding sheep. And then those dogs will play with kids and herd them together too. And they're very useful. And they have purposes for both farms and families. What the fuck they're trying to accomplish in terms of the rest? Like, look at this shit.
They're trying to make a fucking Goku. They're like, man, if I try hard enough, I might be able to make Goku into a real life thing.
I'm gonna make
Goku
a
muscular
dog.
naked mole rat, dude. It is fucked up.
But they're trying. How embarrassing. Some of these are new to me. I'm not even. I don't know how I missed this one. This Goku ass fucking dog. They're like AI generated dogs. This is
starting to move. This seam has been sitting for a year, so we're gonna go ahead and quickly throw this in our female, get the breeding done, and hopefully he has some nice puppies on the way. All right. Can you?
Dude, they need to be banned from going to the breeding store or wherever the fuck, wherever they're at.
the breeding store? What?
They need to be banned from it. We don't need this. You need a license to breed dogs, please.
This is the IRS reports from the American Kennel Club. And Gold Country Bully Camp takes credit for their success, as you can see in the reports from 2016.
Just stick with an American Bully or a Rot. Yeah, I mean, there's such a plethora of dog breeds that you can pick from if you really want to be special. There's all sorts of rare ones if you're looking for rarity. You don't need to like invent your own weird inbred thing that like it takes like what is it, like multiple centuries to create a new dog breed or some shit?
He is like the least articulate. Am I this inarticulate, chat? He really struggles to get even a single thought out.
Like I think the example people use is, I want to say it was the Rat Terrier or the Jack Russell, right? It was a Jack. The Jack Russell is like one of the few that was bred in one person's lifetime. It could exist in one person's lifetime. This is like, I don't know. This is just some weirdo
In
shit.
2021, their income has almost doubled. General person showing with the crazy competition coming out, like this bad boy here, G thing. This is another bull I can't wait to see. He's been taking trophies statewide, and August 3rd he'll be in California. I think the nice thing about getting a react from iDubbbz is that it's not kosher to make fun of my voice for being a vocal fry. So he's normally someone would say, "What the fuck is wrong with this guy? Why does he sound like this?" But not iDubbbz. He knows that that's not okay to say. That's mean. I have a serious debilitating illness where I sound suicidal and like I'm going to cry at any moment, and it's not okay to make fun of that chat. California at the WBR.
Genetic sequencing is allowing them to pick out specific eggs and speed up the selection process a good bit. Oh, that's crazy. I didn't even think about that. We're looking at some of that shit in humans. But yeah, realizing that they could do it for dogs and people won't even feel bad about it. Well, some people will.
Main event Bully Expo. We appreciate you about they kind of hype up.
Dude, they go crazy for this shit too. They have expos.
My good I didn't even, dude, this was so long ago that the Jeet stuff wasn't even a thing. But it's like, my good I have much Izzat. My pit bulls are very Izzat sub. Many people will give me money for my pit bulls, which is great. Is Izzat an honor to my family.
Oh my fucking god. It's so fucked up.
He sees the Jeet and he's just like in dismay. Like, ugh, it's disgusting.
It fucking... And you don't even know the extent of the pain that it's feeling. That's the worst part about it. Is it can have a plethora of like internal issues that you are just like not even remotely aware of. There's a lot of fucked up shit on the outside already. But you just got to imagine that its internals are just all over the place. Ugh.
I mean, you don't have to be that mean. He's just Indian.
Dude, why are they naming these dogs Uranus? That's not badass. It looks like a fucking little turd, and you've named it Uranus. Welcome, Uranus, to China Shenyang. Thank you, my good friend Virgil Kodrut, for letting me get Uranus. I've been looking for top Merle stud. When I see Uranus, I can't take my eyes away. He is the most complete Merle stud I've ever seen. He has thick bones and an exaggerated big head. Perfect structure. And he is clean. What about his his limbs that are 1 inch long? It's pronounced Uranus? Yeah, but it's funnier for me to say Uranus. Dude, that ain't perfect. He doesn't have legs. Like, what if you breed away their legs and it's just a fucking noodle? That's
the pit bull is like so disgusting that it even makes iDubbbz. He gets to make fun of something again. He gets to point out like physical imperfections and actually ridicule something again for being disgusting and deformed, like he used to do. And it like sparks a little light back in his soul. And he's like, "Oh yeah, that's not perfect. It's like the episode from Courage the Cowardly Dog. You're not."
probably what they're going for. Yeah, you're gonna end up making it a snake with a mammal's butthole. A snake with no cloaca. You're gonna have to hover it over the grass. This is horrendous.
Yeah, look at his eyebrows are so furrowed. He's just so angry.
They look so normal as puppies as well. Like the lineup, not these. Holy shit. I clicked on one that showed like a little litter. That. Like, those could be fucking normal ass dogs. And then you fucking, you buy it from someone and you realize like, oh my good God, it's completely deformed.
You could make this, you could take this clip and put it over like a picture of like white Christian families that adopt black babies. And then you can make it sound like the most racist tirade that's ever happened.
And it's got medical issues out the ass. Dude, the big swoop back, that is not good for your dog's spine. These things are probably like $10,000. Yes, it's horrendous. Oh, yeah, I will. This baddie is nasty in a great way.
Ew.
What the fuck does that mean?
Trying to fuck
Definitely
that
one
dog.
of my best productions. Girl is a Roddy Rich daughter and hopefully holding the truth pups. If she took. I can't wait to see these. They might be some of the best to date.
Swaggerville Bullies 03 LLC is this name, by the way. Okay, that's the entire item segment. I think after that he gets angry and just ends it. But that was cute. A nice little crossover. Had nothing bad to say. He liked my video. Okay, exposing him. Sorry, I instinctively checked my alerts. Why is this guy quoting me in the Onision thread? I know, I see. Well, there's litigation in the Onision thread, that's why. Okay. And then one more thing. This is a video by Pampered Chew, 4 minutes long. I'd like for you guys to compare pedophiles gay cracked in with the pictures of Rekieta's house. I don't know what's in this video. Hopefully it's okay to show.
All right. Are you firing? All right. Oh, was that close? Not even.
Oh, I forgot about Chuck E. Cheese, man. That poor Chuck E. Cheese.
I want to.
It's so awkward because it's like child size, too.
Oh, oh, oh. I'm gonna put my stuffed animal there. See, this is easier. Look, I can just. Why is it the same music every time? Because music is good.
I'm enjoying this little glimpse into hell. Should I be narrating it? We have two cracked out gays wandering around an open house. It's kind of cluttered. It doesn't really have any furniture. I guess that instead of furniture, I mean, it does have some furniture, but the space is not really adequately used. I imagine, does he have like a framed photo of like a Samsung ad? What the fuck? That's the most shocking thing about this pedophile crack dungeon. I'm gonna be real with you. Just having a nice Saturday night. Oh, look at those filing cabinets. I need more filing cabinets, chat.
I
Chucky, back into the refrigerator.
with you. Oh, oh, oh. I want to wake up. Oh. Look, see, I have little kids stuffed in there just so I can wake up with you.
Oh, what'd you say? Nigga, what you say, nigga?
Just like, oh, look, see, I have little kids stuffed in there just so I can wake up with you.
What you say, nigga? That sounds like the basis of a search warrant to me.
Ooh, ball pit. I wonder what this is like. Whee! I dropped my phone. Where'd my phone go? Ah!
There's a part. If you ever watched the Emily Eucas video, you should watch it. I watched the 3-part Alfred Playhouse videos. There's a part where Alfred kidnaps like the postman and has him tied up, and Alfred's like, "Today, boys and girls," and it's just like looping. "Today, boys and girls, we're going to today, boys and girls," and then like the postman is like tied up and crying and like, "He won't let me go. He won't let me go. He won't let me go." That's how I'm picturing this. There's someone like he's doing like, "Today, boys and girls, we're going to go into the ball pit," and somewhere in this house, someone's tied up crying, "He won't let me go."
I'm probably gonna go to bed. This is a dumb video, but you come over here.
Oh, not the bluey.
I got Huggies, I got Loves, I got training pants, Pampers, I got everything. I want to wake up with you. I got crayon, Crayola, diapers, I want to wake up with more diapers.
Didn't this guy have a talent?
All right, ready?
Or am I confusing him with Bew? I remember he had like a talent for something. Maybe not though.
All right. And come on, you can do it. Oh, you got it, yeah. Oh, there, good job. And here, I'll just kick it over. No, you got it.
Oh, I hit it.
Yeah, hey, I played that song on the Francis E. Deck outro. We're rocking to some 80s out here in our game F dungeon. Cool. What a wonderful glimpse into hell. If you want to be a gay pedophile man-child, you too can live like that, chat. All right. So that's that. Check out those bullets, chat. I think the bullets coming in nicely, chat. Coming in nicely. Okay. So Mr. Beast opened Beastland in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We have this harlot here not wearing her hijab. Very disrespectful. I guess Mr. Beast is so powerful he can even bend Allah's will somehow. Now explain this to me. I don't remember. I heard. Is this like a temporary thing or is this like a permanent attraction? I don't know what's going on with this. Well, let's see Mr. Beastland here.
Today we're at Beastland by Mr. Beast here in Riyadh and it's opening day, so come with us and check out what there is to do inside. Let's go. We're now inside Beastland and it looks absolutely incredible, and we've noticed that there is a countdown over here for some reason, so they're saying get to the stage. We need to go. We need to find out what's going on.
You know, you got the wristband and when you play the games,
the barriers are open and we're following everyone. I don't know where to, but someone. So there's all the money. I can't remember what the top prize was, but there's about 300,000 riyals in one of these. So we headed through to the Beast Arena and there was so many different games that you could take part in. This one I was definitely not giving a go, the bungee jumping, but it was so much fun and you can buy a wristband with all the games included. Or if you simply just want to enter and enjoy Beastland in the whole experience, then it's only 25 SAR per person. They had so many merch shops around
they have to
with
fly
all
to
of the
fucking
Feastables
Saudi
and
Arabia.
limited edition merch, which was actually very affordable. As well as all the games that are inside Beast Arena, which are inspired by the show, there was also carnival games, rides, and so many food stores.
Somewhere, she is doing this voiceover, reading a script with like a Kalashnikov pointed at her by some guy with the red thing over his hair with like the little ring around it. Like that's what's happening here.
It was so much fun and just being here was such a good vibe. I definitely recommend checking it out before it ends in 45 days.
You think she's one of those human toilets that they buy in the Middle East with all their money?
How's it going, everybody? This is crazy.
Dude, his smile is different. Like his smile has changed because it became like a meme that his smile was so dead and lifeless, but it still looks so dead and lifeless. Look at how dead and lifeless he is. He's got nice teeth though. Kind of jealous. I got a slobber maul that can kill people.
We're here at Mr. Beast's Festival. It's first time here. It's gonna be awesome. Can't wait
Durka Durka Muhammad Jihad, my prophet raped a 6-year-old.
I just came now. It looks very fun. I want to play as much games as I can. Beastland is so colorful and so like light, and it's so like it's such a nice vibe.
Enjoy it while it lasts. You got maybe a year or two before you're all in that fucking rag and getting sold off to some guy 30 years older than you. I hate them. I hate Muslims so much. I hate how they look. I hate how they talk. I hate their faith. I hate their countries. Their countries are all shitholes. So I don't care when fucking Israel genocides them. Who gives a shit?
والمطاعم بكل مكان والألعاب تاخذ العقل. طبعا المكان مرة كبير وحلو ويحمس.
It's just the most hideous language on the planet. It's just so disgusting. It's like how there's oh god, the guy who named his the guy that did the Lord of the Rings. He was English and he fought in World War I. But his passion before he was a soldier was linguistics. He loved language and he was a polyglot, and he was fascinated by how languages were put together. And so when he created the Tolkien, of course, when he created the Lord of the Rings universe, he started it from a linguistic first approach. He started it with the understanding that if you are to fully conceptualize a people, you have to start with how they speak to each other, which is why he considered Finnish to be the most beautiful language. So when he built the Elven language, he borrowed very heavily from Finnish because he was so enamored by how the Finns spoke. And then when he did the Orcish, he got very guttural and nasty sounding. And then I think the regular people, they just spoke English because that was the language of men. And it's just, if you follow that concept, Islam could never be anything but the most dirty, disgusting, horrific religion ever put upon the human species. It's like just such a vulgar, nasty sound. And it's like nothing honorable, intelligent, sane, unperverted could ever be created by somebody speaking this fucking language.
أحلى لعبة هنا موجودة دروب تاور مرة كانت تونس وتحمس وكل شيء الأجواء هنا مرة حلوة.
See another one. Mr. B himself. Dude, imagine being what kind of low IQ troglodyte you have to be that would actually fly out to the middle of a fucking desert to see this retard walk around. Interesting. That's Mr. Beastland. Next, Jeremy Hambley. Jeremy Hambley. Our boy, Return of the Mac and Cheese, the Mac 10 himself, the #1 A-log of the Hamblyverse. The sole writer keeping the Kino Casino afloat. through his hard work, dedication here. Let's give him the Knowles love sticker. That is a slobber mite holding a green heart, matter of fact, bitch. He has dug up this gemerald for us, okay? Quartering revealed on how on his show today, he plans to beg his audience for $14,000 in the next few weeks to fund in real life coverage of America Fest, which is some TPUSA event in Phoenix for December 18th to 21st. He's going to split his live show into 2 parts. The first aired at his normal time. He has to take a break for some appointment. And the second just started. So more info coming. This will be at least the 4th time this year. He's directly asked his audience to pay for business expenses while he continues to spend money on vanity purchases like he just won the lottery. He asked for $300,000 to cover his purchase of a K-Cup machine. Doing a fundraiser to manufacture coffee facial scrub, which was never heard about again. Did a fundraiser to build a new studio, which got scrapped after the money came in, and he bought watches, aquariums, and built an RC car track with the money instead. And now he's here to ask everyone to get him to Phoenix to cover some event 5,000 other grifters are going to be covering. But that's not counting the constant begging to give him money to pay for live show staff. And he already has a Rumble contract. The extreme begging to buy out Mother's Day gift boxes. He greedily over-ordered and was about to eat a loss on, then guilted his fans into turning a profit for him. Quartering, are you running a business or a personal charity? The idea of a business is to make money, and if something isn't going to return investment, you shouldn't do it. Funding trips to make content is fine for small streamers, but you have millions, so what the fuck is going on here? On another note, he is still trying to clear out rancid to tangerine-flavored coffee K-Cups he brewed back in March for his coffee website. This was a spring flavor. He over-ordered around the same time he had the Mother's Day gift box fiasco. You know, at that point, if you have that much inventory, you just got to donate it. That's why everybody in Africa wears Nike shirts and shit, because it was all donated to them. And write it off. Looks like he's going with, okay, I hope someone cashes in on the 5K tier. That has the potential to be the funniest thing ever. So $15 to get a custom shout-out. $30 for a shout-out and signed card. $100 for a shout-out, signed card, and annual membership. Or $5,000 to be Jeremy Hambley's Andy Worski. Every reward above. So you still get the custom shout-out. As I guess when you sit down next to Jeremy on the show, and you're like, I'm the co-host now. I paid to be here. And he goes, here he is, the co-host. That counts as your shout-out. And he'll sign the card right there on air for you. And then you'll get your annual membership. It's quite nice. PPP should be the co-host? Buddy. I think PPP would object to that because their idea is that he needs them more than they need him at this point. Oh, but he already has the fundraising page up? What the fuck? Check out? This looks like a... The cart is empty. Ultimate tier. I want this. I want the everything. Co-host for a day? You get 1 day? There are only 287 in stock. So if I want to co-host this podcast, I would have actually I want all 286. I want a podcast for life. Okay, that's only $1 million. He doesn't want any more though. You know, for $1 million, he can do 286 podcasts with somebody, but he can't do any more. He can't do any more than that. Like for $1 million for a year, $1.5 million. Sorry, $1.5 million a year. Oh, I can get it delivered by UPS. $7 shipping. What the? I'm gonna skip out on the shipping there. Oh, that's more like it. That's more I like it. You don't really need. My card can go by the letter. Okay, you don't have to ship that by ground. Come on now. 6, 7. Interesting. Okay. Hambly, that's kind of... I'm doing the grifting wrong. Here I am saying, like, please, sir, could I have $4,000 to stop child pornography? I could be like, guys, I'm going to need $14,000 to go to a party. There's a big party in the desert that I want to go to, and I need $14,000. Can you guys foot me the bill here? I will literally give you a card if you foot my bill. Melanie Mac feet pics. That's what he's got to do. If this was 286 feet pics, this shit would be sold out already. Wait, is that already down? It only said, look, if I go to the checkout page, it says I'm only ordering 283. Why am I getting gypped out of three days of hosting this podcast? It says 286 in stock, but then it says 283 when I go to check out. That's like a fucking scam. I'm getting scammed out of 3 days of hosting the podcast. I didn't check the fine print before I checked out, apparently. Crazy. Okay. I'm not going to play this entire thing, but Asmongold and DSP are having like a little feud, a little tism. And normally, I guess DSP would simply ignore such things. But I guess Asmongold is such a big pull that he's actually going to show up on stream and let Asmongold ask some questions from Reddit. So this is the next big chapter of the DSP saga. Asmongold saw how well PPP was able to milk DSP and DSP's detractors. Now Asmongold wants to get in on that he wants to crack his own little piggy bank and make another shit zillion fucking dollars off that content. Good for him, matter of fact. Kind of in the same vein as DSP, there's Black DSP. Apparently, Black DSP is a filthy cat chucker. Let's take a look.
She's attractive. She's gorgeous.
Thank you.
What?
It's going over here. Why
Hey, get out of here. Get the fuck out of the room. Get out of the room.
No, the patient's comment. I love that you're self-aware. I
It
appreciate.
was about to vomit brown shit all on my carpet again. All I did was gently toss it into the loft. You know, animal abuse, throwing a cat into my room. Your mom abused you. That's why you grew up to be a worthless in chat. I've tried every last type of food. I'm about to just take his ass to the vet. Dexter's old anyways. A 2017 cat.
A 2017 cat? Black people are so silly. He describes his pets like they're Dodge Hellcats. Like, yeah, I got myself a 2022 Dodge Hellcat. And sometimes I take my cat to the vet. It's a 2017 cat, matter of fact. Why are you talking like that? What's wrong with you?
Cryo and Dex be throwing up a lot. Especially Dex.
Let's check that cat chuck out again. That's the winner chicken dinner here. All right, cat.
Get out of here.
And he's like, get out of here.
No, the patient's comment.
Oh my god, he did chuck that cat. Look at that cat chuck. The other cat gets out because he knows a cat chucking is
The
imminent.
patient's comment.
That's mean because he's sick. The cat just threw up. He's not feeling right. He's all loopy and his tummy hurts. And you're gonna cat chuck that cat?
Patient's comment.
Oh, he didn't even land on his
Patient's
feet.
comment.
He landed on his butt, on his hip, and he's an old cat. He's a 2017
The
cat.
patient's comment.
Aww. Poor sick cat gets chucked on his hip. I'm not one to usually cry animal abuse. I feel like people overreact a lot of the time, but that's mean. He's upset. He got thrown on his hip. He didn't land on his feet because he was sick. Very sad, chat. There's another YouTuber who got... who was the other cat chucker? There's another cat chucker. Wasn't she the hoe? She's like on Kick now, right? But she was a cat chucker. Imagine treating a 2017 classic like that. Dude, tell me about it. Alinity, that's right. Was it Alinity or Pokimane that was a cat chucker? It was one of them. They're both hoes. It might have been Alinity. Let's compare cat chucking videos here. Alinity cat chucker. The streamer who threw her cat. I don't want to see the whole fucking... oh my god. look, guys, if I ever do, if this is the far future, and I'm doing drama videos, and I'm doing face streams for whatever, and I turn on my camera to do. Wait, I guess I have to download this. Hold up, and then I'll pan through it.
So, Canadian streamer.
Okay, listen. If I turn on my camera because I'm doing face cams, I've fucking lost my mind. And this is what I look like when the camera's on. We need like a code word. It's like you gotta stop. This is over. You fucked. Your life is fucked up. You look miserable. Stop doing this shit. What can cat chucker? You have to start calling me a cat chucker if I'm doing face videos of my. Remember the cat chucking, Josh. Remember it. Okay, this is they even highlighted the cat chucking event here, so I can skip to it.
Over her shoulder while playing Apex Legends.
Milo!
And you're not the only ones either.
We can't see the cat chucking because the cat chucking happened behind the chair. She's Colombian, so she knows how to torture people stealthily and get away with it. That cat wasn't sick. He was just walking across. A nice, gentle, over-the-head chuck. I'm sure that cat... And let me check to see if she reorients the cat or if the cat goes over the head while feet down. That appears to be feet down. It's hard to tell, but I want to say that's a feet down cat chuck, which is much better because then the cat's not going to land on his hips, chat. I'm going to say that low-tier God's cat chucking was more violent. Situationally, the cat was not feeling okay, was not expecting to be chucked. I'm sure she's chucked this cat many times for crossing her keyboard, and he knew that he was probably going to get chucked. This cat, because he was sick, probably didn't expect to get chucked, and he didn't land correctly. So I'm going to say that low-tier God is the more insidious cat chucker there. Okay. Okay, brief Rekieta update. I should explain that there was an appeals hearing for the body cam footage, and the judge really chewed out Bromka, who was representing Hardin in the body cam footage thing. Now, the body cam footage is several ongoing cases, and but there was an appeals hearing for the criminal one, because effectively what happened in the criminal case is that Bromka was allowed to intervene by the judge, but then the judge says that there was no point to him intervening and there was nothing to give him, so it doesn't matter. Then they appealed that, and the appeals court judge asked him for about 10 minutes out of 15 minutes of oral argument, why should he be allowed to intervene, which isn't even the point because he's already been allowed to intervene in the lower court. So it looked really bad for Bromka. He was quite frustrated by it. But it really feels like the appellate court had it out for him. So they are going to continue appealing it regardless. And there's other avenues going on. But I'm sure Mr. Rekieta feels great. I'm sure like Mr. Rekieta feels like this is... It broke! Oh, no. The greatest meme I ever came up with is just broken now. Why did it do that? What? It played like a second of... Oh my God. I can't believe it. Not only is it a total Valdo victory, I can't even make fun of him for having a total Valdo victory because it's been taken from me. It is. It's like broken. You can't do this to me. Can't do this to me. I'm a patriot, goddammit. Dude, it's like totally fucking broken. Oh my God. Okay. Well, I have an egg on my face. I can't even... Maybe it's a sign. It's not a total... I'm being a Debbie Downer. I got to be a positive poly chat. That's what God's trying to tell me by ripping the total Baldo victory out of my own hands, chat. Anyways. So, this guy called... Runkle? He was doing a charity stream, and Kurt was there. Kurt's continued existence in anything anybody is doing ever is a mystery to me. He seems like a miserable fucking guy, and he puts Bengay on his asshole on camera. I just don't understand what's going on with him. Maybe he's nice, but I think he was complaining about being unmarried, and he's like 50, and I was thinking about like buying a Filipino or something, and it's like, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on in the Baldoverse. I don't know who Runkle is. I don't know what the point of a charity stream in the middle of November is. I don't know what's going on with Kurt. I don't know what's going on with Legal Mindset and him trying to fuck a hippo. All right. And I'm afraid to say anything because anytime I say anything about Nick Rekieta, I get all sorts of mean, angry comments from all the boomers who hate Nick Rekieta and like, you got that wrong. It wasn't a this. It was actually that. It wasn't 7 days. It was 8 days. Look, I don't want to deal with this. Apparently, Nick Rekieta tricked Runkle to let him on stream with Kurt. Actually, I am a member. I'm like subscribed to Nick Rekieta's locals, so I get email alerts for all his posts, and I noticed a lot of them are about Kurt. Like he just, you know, like Kino Casino puts a title up that's like iDubbbz felted. This other guy felted. Hambly poor. Like that's the title of his video. Like Rekieta does this too, but it's almost always Kurt bad, like in some variation, like every stream he launches. So I think like he's trying to like A-log Kurt, who is, I want to be real with you. I would not have fun A-logging Kurt, okay? The whole point of A-logging somebody, okay, is you take somebody who's well off but is like an asshole, and then you break them down. Now, poor Rekieta, poor Kurt, this guy, he's like trying to feel better about himself, and he's like kicking as low as humanly possible. And it's just like, is this how low you have to steep to find someone lower than you, Mr. Rekieta? Look, he's old and unmarried and alone. Very funny, says Rekieta, as his life falls apart and his adult children move away and want nothing to do with him. And then Kurt laughed because he didn't want to be on the stream. Now, I want to say this as well. This is Shia Land. This Shia Land woman is the nastiest whore I've ever seen. I have never seen this fucking whore with her clothes on. And I want to frame my disgust in a way that you can more easily understand. When I was 20 something, early 20s, my mom was at a bar. And I was a responsible party. She messaged me and says like, hey, RDD drank today. Can you come get us? I'm like, sure, whatever. I'm playing Dota. I got time for my mother. I'll stop playing Dota to go and pick you up at the bar and drop you off wherever the fuck. So I drove out and I'm sitting there. She's like, let me go get my friends. So she goes inside the bar and I'm in the parking lot waiting patiently. I'm observing my surroundings. I distinctly remember that there was one disheveled man in his 50s or 60s who was going around and literally drinking the backwash of all the beer that was left out on the outside tables. And this woman approached me, and she was also early 50s or so, and tried to hit on me. And it was so awkward. I just kept saying, I'm just here to pick up my mom and her friends. And it took like 4 or 5 reiterations of that before she finally says, sorry, that was stupid of me. And she walks away. And it was extremely, extremely awkward. And I was just playing it cool, right? Okay. I am reminded of that woman when I see any picture of Jia Lan, the lowest of the low, basically a digital barfly lot lizard. Just the most disgusting kind of flesh puppet you could ever parade around for sexual purposes. And this is who Nick Rekieta is associated with. And I have absolutely nothing but contempt for her. Next. I don't know what the fuck that was. I'm not playing it. Fuck her. Okay, so after this, apparently he got made fun of because he basically wedding crashed a charity stream and chased off one of the guys trying to raise money for some kind of charitable purpose instead of being a good sport and not interrupting and causing discomfort for the other guests. So people made fun of him on Twitter, and apparently he crashed out. So let's read these, shall we? Rekieta Law says, I didn't weaponize anything. I found it hilarious because all I said was, hey guys, and he was shrieking about me joining a charity stream before I was even on. The literal last thing I wanted was any drama. I apologize for my presence being offensive. I mean, there are ways to apologize for that, in case you're sincere. He says, you showed up antagonistic. You're later bragging about successfully bullying Runkle's friend off the stream. Don't lie to people, or if you're going to, at least have the decency to be better at it. It's insulting to lie so transparently to people who try to help you. He didn't shriek about anything. He quietly left. You chose to comment on it. You chose to mock it. The words of a ghoul who didn't want any drama and didn't want to weaponize anything on a charity stream, not enough to care for his own kids. He must also deprive other kids. Oh, because it's a charity for children. I don't know what the charity event is for. What is the charity event for? Does anyone know? I'm looking at chat now. Sorry. I was kind of ignoring chat while drifting off into space, thinking about days of Christmas past chat. Call Me Sean says, correction, I think. Pretty sure he was shrieking about Nate joining from the hospital before you joined, not you. Maybe there was a direct mention. Children's Hospital. Dude, never, ever do a YouTube fundraiser for a children's hospital. You're asking for lightning to strike you, basically. Drew Applecross says, yet you ran over Camelot's stream and boasted I ran someone off the stream just by showing up. That wasn't weaponizing. Ian Runkle says, man, you also weaponized my stream for your... Oh, even the dude's pissed. Weaponized my stream for your beef. I greatly misjudged a whole lot. I'm going to have to figure that shit out when I'm rested enough to think. But that wasn't fucking okay. Kurt had perfect self-control. He walked away from a bully instead of doing the internet equivalent of popping the bully in the nose because Kurt knew that would derail the stream. You instead showed up and decided this is the perfect place to bully a guy. Kurt leaving the moment you join makes him the only smart one on your panel. Sunken Cathedral says, you just love glorifying drugs. You should be on step 12 by now, but of course you don't have what it takes to get past step 1, which is admitting that we became powerless over drugs and alcohol and our lives had become unmanageable, but you don't even have a sponsor. Rekieta says, good, fuck off. You know, there's, when I make fun of Finnster, Finestride, my boy Finnster, I can make fun of his twink death. And I can do so with absolute impunity and a surety, and knowing I am 100% correct. There will be a day, regardless of how much money he's making right now, or how good he feels about himself after facial feminization surgery number 4, that twink death will cometh. And one day it will be extremely obvious, and no amount of filter or makeup or angles or lighting will ever make it less obvious that he is a gay man pretending to be a woman. And I can chortle at that because I know that twink death comes for all gay men and dresses. And when I talk about Rekieta and I laugh at him, he can brag that he got off of his prison sentence. And he can brag that he didn't get any jail time whatsoever, but his enemies did. And he can go off and off about how arrogantly successful he is and so on and so forth. And I just know, you dumb motherfucker, it's going to get you one day. Nobody's this braggadocious and arrogant and narcissistic without one day the other shoe falls. And I can just sit here and I can laugh, even knowing that some things don't always go my way, even when I'd like them to, because I know one day the other shoe's going to drop and it's going to be really, really funny. And it's going to be really, really satisfying. Because there's no other conclusion. There is literally zero other possible conclusion to the Nick Rekieta story arc than a satisfying comeuppance. And on that note, Ethan Ralph. Very brief update on Ethan Ralph. Someone dug through the paperwork for Ethan Ralph's ongoing dispute with Faith Chol Vickers. Very funny story in case you forgot. Faith... her father named her Chloe as a middle name after like her grandmother or something. And either the midwife or somebody somewhere misspelled her name as Chol when they entered it into the system. And Matthew Vickers was so much of a wigger, a lazy, stupid fucking wigger, he never bothered to change it. So she is now 20s and still named Faith Chol Vickers. In case you're wondering about that's a beautiful, beautiful name origin. It has so much meaning, so much value. My father and my mother are stupid, lazy wiggers, and they never bothered to change my fucking name on my birth certificate after somebody spelled it wrong. Very loving, it's so cool. Such deep lore. Anyways, she's disputing her child support payments from Ethan Ralph, saying that he is not paying her anymore. And to evidence this, she attached some payments from Sandra Ralph. Interesting. If you're not very caught up on the Ethan Ralph drama, Sandra Ralph is his mother, and notably, Sandra Ralph is fucking dead. So Ethan Ralph appears to have seized control of her PayPal accounts, probably because he's been banned off of PayPal by now, and is using her account to pay his child support. Actually, used to pay his child support, but so I don't know the specific legalities around doing such a thing, but it is notable that he is puppeteering his dead mother's PayPal account to pay his child support. And who knows? If she has bank accounts open still, maybe that bank account is receiving something from somewhere. But I don't know nothing about that, officer. Matter of fact, I'm just some fucking guy, officer. Okay. I have one further little note, a kind of a weird hybrid ending segment, okay? And then we'll do super chats, but a long time ago, I was made aware that a woman named Sonia Polton, who is I believe she's like a turf journalist, like a Redux type. And Sonia has been getting sued by two people. She has been getting sued by who's the first one? John Hemming. He's a former MP, and apparently he got up to some sussy baka stuff that reportedly, allegedly, was nonce-like in nature. And John Hemming, former MP, has been suing Sonia Polton over articles she's written about his noncery, allegedly. The other person suing her is a guy called Samuel Collingwood Smith, ironically also a former MP. No, he wasn't an MP. He was a councilman or something. He had some kind of political position and then resigned in shame after pissing off everybody because he's a retard. Vordrak, also known as Vordrak. I mentioned earlier that Vordrak got my PayPal canceled years and years ago, 2014 or so. And for years, he was involved in like a proto drop Kiwi Farms because he had a thread which accurately documented some things about him that he would prefer not to be documented. And he engaged a multi-year campaign going after basically everybody in my family. He called every single person in my family a pedophile. I believe he made calls to my mother's place of employment. He literally called up the Keller Williams and said, "This real estate agent under you, yeah, she's supporting a pedophile." So he did that for about half a decade thereabout. And what eventually happened is, eventually Children's Hospitals, a hospital that my mother worked at, and my home were getting swatted. Her home was getting swatted. I believe my extended family was getting swatted. And every time they got swatted, they'd come to me and said, "This stuff was happening. It mentioned you. Do you know what's going on?" Or it was written in your name. Do you know what's going on? I'm like, "Yep, I'm pretty sure it's this guy. Pretty sure it's this guy." And eventually, when I was living in Buffalo, the Buffalo office, FBI, was so fed up about children's hospitals getting bomb threats that something happened. I was expecting them. I was expecting the FBI to show up because this kept happening. And I had a manila envelope with every single thing that Samuel Collingwood Smith had ever written about me or anybody in my family, the vague threats that he made to sheriffs in Pensacola, and so on and so forth. And I had this all printed out in a manila envelope. And when the FBI showed up, I said, "Here is your fucking guy." And that was the end of that conversation. And after that, he just stopped. Just stopped. Completely stopped. Don't know why. Complete mystery to me. But incidentally, immediately after that, he just stopped. So, but he never stopped being Samuel Collingwood Smith, which is a human blight. Someone who I believe is on council money. I believe he lives in a council flat in a shithole called was it Hertfordshire, England. Apparently it's a shithole. Apparently it's got lots of council flats housing for people like him who don't make any money and who like to spend their time on the internet basically stalking. He loves, see, that's the thing. When he couldn't bully me into submission, he just went around and found every woman I was related to. He went after my grandmother. He went after my mother, my aunt. Just went after every woman he could find within several radiuses of me. And that's his behavior pattern. When he had a beef with Evanescence and went after little girls that were moderators on Evanescence because he was a super fan of Evanescence. and he wanted to be a moderator on their fan forum. And the little girls that moderated the Evanescence fan forum that were officially associated with the band said, "Ew, you're like a creepy old man. Get the fuck away. I got the ick." He doxed them and harassed them to the point, said that the forum facilitated child pornography. It actually was a scandal for the band because he came out and said that the Evanescence forum was, I'm sure like the teens sent nudes to each other. So he said that they were facilitating child porn on their forums, just completely burned down the whole board and I think even got an injunction against him for ever mentioning Evanescence again because he kept calling them child pornographers. So that's what he's been doing his entire life. This has been going on. I think that started in the mid-2000s. He got obsessed with me for half of the 2010s. And after that, he moved on to helping trannies sue people that were associated with the Kiwi Farms. I think Carolyn Farrow, who did an interview with, was being sued by a tranny that has Samuel Collingwood Smith as a McKinsey friend. And he is directly suing someone named Sanya Polton, who, and despite Sam having a master's degree in law, he'll never be a solicitor because they have a apprentice system, and he'll never be picked for apprenticeship because he's an unlikable sack of garbage that everyone knows to avoid immediately because he's just absolutely reprehensible. And he oozes disgust and terror around him, like in a fucking radius. Like in Dead by Daylight, when you hear like the serial killer walking around, you hear like the music and the heartbeat. It's like that. You just get around him, you're like, oh, that guy's a fucking freak. So he's been suing Sonia Polton. I can't remember why. What's the other part? Does he say here? Smith. Oh, he's not mentioned in this. I forget what he originally sued for. It's like defamation or hurt feelings. They have a court in the UK called Hurt Feelings. So effectively, despite having a master's degree in law, he's been suing this woman who does not have a master's degree in law and is a journalist. She's been defending herself pro se, and he's actually been losing. Now, this has been going on for however many fucking years? 4 years. This is the legal system is designed to punish. You have this guy who has literally never once in his life, not one time in 40 plus, I think he's like 50 now, in 50 fucking years of being on this planet, Samuel Collingwood Smith has never once ever in any way even come close to verifying his right to exist, validated his existence, and been a net positive to anything ever. Just an absolute black hole of value and time for everyone around him. And he's been allowed to waste this woman's time for 4+ years because that's what he does. That's his point. That's his purpose. He is just a time sink. But he's losing against a pro se, a random mum who said a naughty on the internet that offended Samuel Collingwood Smith, who lives in council housing on the dole, needs help making ends meet. It's tragic, really. We all need help. I mean, it's not that embarrassing. I mean, what's her face? J.K. Rowling, temporarily embarrassed, was on the dole, made Harry Potter as a billionaire now. Like that. And then she's also winning against this. I think he tried to strike out. He's trying to sue her because she's not, at this point, he's trying to argue that she's not settling. She refuses to settle because anything short of a complete victory for this is just going to be a green light for him to keep being a fucking blight on her. And now, because he's trying to settle the litigation before it concludes at the ease of the court, he's trying to say it's not fair. She's refusing to settle. Like, nobody should fucking settle with you. You should be buried alive. That's the only settle. My terms for settlement regarding any issue regarding this guy should be we should dig a fucking hole and put him in a box and bury him alive and then cover the box up with dirt. And we just leave it there and go away. That's my settlement offer for him. I'm so happy. I'm so happy when I think about what has happened to people who have tried to stop me from exercising my God-given human right to speak. And they are tied up in trying to desperately salvage their reputation in 5-year-long litigation, having accomplished absolutely nothing in 50 years. Imagine being unmarried, childless, living in social housing, in Hertfordshire, England, with absolutely not a single thing to look back on and be proud of in 50 years of life. That is precisely what I would wish for someone like this. You got Liz Fong Jones. What has happened since Drop Kiwi Farms? Nothing. Tried to refactor Drop Kiwi Farms into a permanent, ongoing non-profit because he was so unsuccessful that he had to take Drop Kiwi Farms and rename it because his initial mission of dropping Kiwi Farms failed. And from what I've heard, by the way, Tall Poppy, the company he invested in for reputation management, has become untouchable because of his association with it, and it has cost him money. I heard that from somebody. I don't know if it's true. Obviously, I don't have access to a private company's financials, but that's what I was told. Cathals did a bunch of drugs, is now shoving glittery purple dildos up his ass in Northern Ireland. Anybody else? Who else do I hate? I hate a lot of people. Such is life. Donny Long? Yeah, Donny Long's in fucking jail. And he's facing life, because isn't he? Is he still in jail? Oh, let me ask Grok. Grok indexes the Kiwi Farms, so I can just ask Grok Kiwi Farms questions. Any news on Kiwi Farms about Donny Long being in jail still? Question. It's browsing. It's browsing the Kiwi Farms chat. Donny Long, on April, Long filed a motion for pretrial release, arguing he was misunderstood and that his online threats were misinterpreted. Prosecutors opposed it, citing a history of public nuisance statements. The motion's result isn't specified, but he remains in custody at this point. Okay. He's been in jail for 15 months awaiting pretrial release. That's crazy. Case view. Oh, he's been filing. Hey, let's look this up. Let's see what's going on with this on the stream, okay? This is on the Supreme Court of Florida. Donald Siona versus Nantita Siona. Is he like suing his ex-wife? Writ of mandamus or prohibition. No fee for insolvent. The Supreme Court received the petition for writ of mandamus. Petitioner is directed to order show cause before June 2025. Asking for why probation should not be dismissed for being moot, which means that he filed something which has absolutely no purpose and they can't even justify anything on it. Motion for leave to proceed in forma pauperis. Denied. The petition for leave is denied. Like, you can't even file anything. You can't even pay the fucking filing fee. It's moot. It's super moot. It's the most mooted thing ever. That's funny. He's like in jail trying to like sue his ex-wife in the Supreme Court of Florida. Donny Long versus the Lake County Court. So he's just filing. He's one of those people in prison that just files in forma pauperis against random parties and they just get thrown out. Writ of mandamus has been transferred. Case number. Motion for rehearing. Denied. State of Florida. What's this one? I wish I could just find his inmate record. Siona versus State of Florida. Last refreshed March 27th, 2025. Writ of habeas corpus forwarded to Supreme Court. Is it still ongoing? So he filed for habeas corpus and then nothing happened. They're just letting him rot. Okay. So I think that's the last thing that happened. He filed for habeas corpus to get released. And they have just let that sit on the docket for half a year. And they're not even bothering. Awesome. Okay, here's the Reddit segment. Okay. This comes on our theme of UK suffering. Someone posted a Instagram post of best of legal advice UK. This is apparently from a Bhutanese Romanian account, I guess. So these are the posts from it. Legal Advice UK, same care, 5439. My father died in hospital because the two nurses attending him could not communicate with each other or the doctor. Father died in hospital last week in England. The cause of death was a medication error. The two nurses who were looking after him were unable to communicate with each other. My father's best friend and I watched as they frantically bounced between English and two other languages. Neither was capable of speaking proficient English. When a doctor rushed to the floor, neither nurse could clearly tell the doctor which medication had been administered that caused the reaction. He pointed at a computer and asked them to bring the records up. From what I gather, neither nurse had bothered entering or finishing entering their records in the computing system. My father passed away in front of me and his best friend because of this medication error. It has been a week now, and the hospital still hasn't contacted me to apologize or offer an explanation for what they are doing about the two nurses. His best friend and I complained 2 days after he passed. Is there any way I can get the police involved in this? Would it count as manslaughter in some way? Legal Advice UK from Own River 1123. Back from holiday, random people living in our home. Police won't remove them as they presented a fake tenancy agreement. We've already got a solicitor telling us they'll call us back in the morning, but we're freaking out right now. There are a random group of people who we don't know in our home. The locks have been changed. Police were called, but the family inside presented a fake tenancy agreement that we never signed. We've been told to sit tight until 9:30 a.m., but there's people in our home. My husband wants to break in and throw them out with his brothers. I've told him not to do this. From what we know, it looks like 4 males in their 20s and 30s and 1 woman in her 20s. Yes, we've called the police. Yes, we've called insurance. No, we can't speak with the intruders. Police have had to use the big word to talk to them at first. They don't speak English. Yes, we've got a solicitor calling us back at 9:30 in the morning. We're in England, and no, calling the police and reporting robbery isn't working. They know what's going on in this property and aren't intervening. Legal Advice UK by Caste Discrimination. Caste-based discrimination at my workplace. Is this legal under UK law? I can't find caste as a protected characteristic. Would race count? I am a British Indian woman working in London. I am being discriminated against by other Indian and British Indian employees because of my family's caste. This includes management. This includes not being considered for promotion, less competent people being promoted ahead of me because they are of a higher caste, and constantly being talked over, ignored, and having credit taken for the work I do by members of higher caste. Does the ECHR or the UK protect someone like me from this type of discrimination? Sounds like you don't provide much is that. So we're going to have to pass over you for promotion. You can try increasing your caste or getting more is that, and then trying again in 4 to 6 months. No promises, but the main issue we're looking at when reviewing your work profile is your low Izzat and caste. So sorry. But you know, our hands are bound. If we promote you and you've got the low Izzat, that's going to look bad on our Izzat, and it's just... It's a really sticky situation, you know. I need to talk like super white when I do this. I know caste is protected in the United States, as like you can't like it explicitly says caste, like in the anti-discrimination bill, like you can't discriminate on caste. But that would be so funny if you did that as a white person, the British person, like. Yeah, my name is Grim Wellington. I am your HR manager, and we are looking at candidates for the new position. Wow, your work history, such good punctuation, always on time, always doing what's needed. However, I'm afraid that your caste is just a little bit too low. We're looking for Brahmin or natural Englishman at this position, and unfortunately, with your caste of Dalit, that's just too low. We cannot take our corporate Izzat is currently very high and very important to us. And so you're just going to have to take it on the chin with this one, have a stiff upper lip, as they say here in England. And we're just going to have to make the best with this situation. My son is isolated at school as he is the only native English speaker in his class. Other children prefer to speak with their friends in their native languages. Is it legal for my wife and I to homeschool him instead? For the past 3 years, our son has been having an ongoing issue in his school. He is being isolated and ignored by the overwhelming majority of his class, who either cannot speak English or simply prefer to communicate with friends in their native language. The school has attempted to handle this, but 3 years later, our child still stands alone in the playground with no one interacting with him. I mean, that's your fault as a parent. Like, if your child is living in an area that speaks a different language and you're not helping him understand Bengali or Arabic or Hindi or one of the other languages that are common there, then you're really just doing a disservice to your society. Duolingo, let's see, hold up. Duolingo Hindi. Look, come on. It's got a free trial and everything. Learn Hindi in just 5 minutes a day for free. No excuse. No excuse on this laziness, okay? But they continue. In addition to the isolation aspect, his teacher also privately expressed frustration that language barriers were slowing the pace of lessons. Outside of school, our son has 6+ friends in both English-speaking and Tagalog-speaking communities, so this isn't an issue of autism or Asperger's where these children sometimes prefer to be alone. The isolation is upsetting my son. My wife and I are both intelligent individuals where you're in fucking the UK, so you can't... Stupid is as stupid does, as they say. However, neither of us have any background in teaching. Would it be acceptable to homeschool our son for 34 years until he moves to secondary school? This is not for religious or cultural. We're not racist. We're not racist. We promise we're not racist. It's a matter of education. It's a matter of securing the future for our son. Not like because he's white. It's not like a future for white children or nothing. Nothing like that. Nothing at all. It's just a matter of education. Suffer. Housing discrimination based on nationality. Okay, I'll possibly update you if there's any possibility. This is a WhatsApp thing. They say, thank you so much. Are you British? Yes, I am. And then they say, okay, well, that's also... Suffer. That's also an issue, to be honest. He's only looking for non-British people. So if I'll have any other option, I'll let you know about that. Based in England and wondering if they're allowed to do this, advert was on Rightmove, and nowhere does it say it's reserved for migrants, refugees, or any kind of positive discrimination. Positive discrimination. Positive discrimination. Oh boy. Airstrip 1 looking good. Damn, that Airstrip 1 looking nice. You got that double plus good shit going on there, buddy. The message is from an agent who's communicating with the landlord to tell me it's not discriminatory and that's a personal requirement from the landlord, but everyone else around me is saying it is. I'm just very confused and wondering if this is worth reporting, and if so, who do I report it to? Up your fat fucking arse. Shove it up your fanny, bish. All right. Last one. I've been invited to an interview to explain some posts. Each one of these is a fucking banger. I made on social media dating back to 2015. What do I need to do in advance of this meeting? So just a reminder, in the United Kingdom, if you are invited to an interview and you refuse to show up, that can and will be used against you in a court of law, okay? The way that it works is that in the UK, when you're placed under caution and they ask you questions, they expect you to answer, and your silence can be implicated as guilt at a future time. So you basically don't have any fucking rights because you're fucking cattle. Enjoy being cattle. Moo. Moo. I'm a British cow. Moo. Milking for my tax dollars and send it to the fucking immigrants. Moo. I've been asked to make some contact, or to make contact to arrange a suitable time for the interview to take place. From what I understand, I can avail a duty-free solicitor who doesn't cost me anything. Alternatively, I can hire my own solicitor to represent me. Am I right in thinking a paid solicitor is likely a higher quality? He doesn't even say what he said. Oh, wait, no, it says at the end. Then the duty-free solicitor. If so, how much should I reasonably be expected to pay for representation during a single interview? A few £100s or thousands? A lot, buddy. You better get that fucking duty-free guy. The posts in question all pertain to feminist critiques of patriarchal culture and the impact on women, specifically religion, forced genital mutilation, arranged marriages, etc. It is probably worth noting I am very scathing in these critiques. Can't be saying that. That's naughty. That's naughty. Prophet Muhammad, back in the day. You know what the actual fucking cope is with him fucking a 9-year-old? Just to remind you, it is said in the most important of the hadiths that the Prophet Muhammad laid eyes upon his best friend's 6-year-old daughter and said, and I quote, "Awooga, awooga, awooga." It was said that the Prophet Muhammad, in a miracle, levitated 3 feet off the air, and his eyes bulged from his head as a siren, a claxton, as they say in the UK, started awoogaing. And then he betrothed this 6-year-old to himself. And at the age of 9, he consummated that marriage, as is written in the Holy Quran, in the Hadiths. And it was his favorite wife. It was his third wife, but his favorite wife. And when Muhammad died a mortal's death, he died in the arms of this child bride, as is written in the Holy Quran. So this woman, you know how women are. They look at cultural institutions like child marriage, mutilating clitorises so that they can't feel sexual pleasure, enslaving people, polygamy, those kinds of things. They look at sacred institutions like that, and they start carrying it up, and you can't have that. So she's got to explain what she meant when she said those things, because otherwise British people could get really offended by that. Really offended by that. You know how it is. All right. And that's enough Anglo suffering. I think even I am starting to feel bad, believe it or not. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Let's not get carried away here. My empathy has its limits. On that note, I remind you, if you are just tuning in, I am looking for, this is my most avant-garde grift yet. I am looking for a rack mount server with an XM2 and ideally 8 different NVIDIA V100s for a very special project I'm working on. This will be a donation to USIPS for a charitable societal good, chat. Irishman, I'm not, fuck you. Anyways. Next. Wait, no, there is no next. It's over. It's super chat time. Annan for 180 says, this feels perfect for your audience. Real cryptography hidden in plain sight, built on a privacy that is a human right. Did you intend for that to rhyme? Because that did rhyme. Let's see. Rune Cipher. What is this? Your privacy encrypted in style, unbroken, seamless. Oh, so you write a message. What? I have to pay money? Why do I have to pay for this? I mean, this is like the weakest form of encryption possible. This is what they tried to use in World War II before they invented encrypting machines, was just changing letters to be other symbols and stuff. That shit gets broken real easy by machine learning, you know? That's my thought on that. Citrus Egg for one says, number 15, the Sneed tornado. The last thing you'd want in your northern Jackson County of Arkansas is a powerful F5 rated tornado. Another one? I thought there hadn't been F5s in like 10 years. Now there's been 2 in 1 year. Citrus Egg for one says, but as it turns out, that might be what the Civil War veteran William Sneed gets. The supercell dropped a funnel to the town, destroying the Sneed and Pleasant Valley communities on April 10, 1929. Sneedville was destroyed in a tornado? It's tragic. Breadwash for 5 says, sorry you hurt your tongue. That's what happens when you bite down on a pizza straight out of the oven. That's not what happened. It was Skittles, matter of fact. Kurt Eichenwald, anime masturbator, for 10 says, glorious Kiwi Emperor, tragedy strikes, local hot dog eating contest, man bites off tongue and bleeds to death. I know. Tell me about it. Thank you. Angry Kwaka 8770 for 2 says, is your tongue okay? Yes, it is. I heard it a little bit during the stream, but it's fine now. Chaunch Jonch for 2 says, you're now breathing manually and you're itchy. I've been itchy this entire time, brother. Rockman Halo for 5 says, glad you're better. Grok called me a potato neighbor when I asked for slurs for Slavic people. What's your favorite slur for Slavic people? Potato, that's for Irish. You can call them vodka neighbors. That's pretty on point. Depends. They all have very clever insults for each other, so it depends on which Slav. Thank you. Kotad for 5 says, why did you go truffle hunting with Chantal and hurt your tongue? Gross. But thank you. Kumplala for 20 says, is this what anime sucks Copenhagen will do to Chantal? Oh boy, can't wait. Ew. I'm not showing this on screen. Ew. Ew. It's a black man like giving a hickey to a Latino woman, but she's super fat, and he's basically just sucking her second chin. Oh, she's crying because it was so humiliating. Ew, that's fucking vile. Thank you. Show it? Is there demand for this? No, I'm not showing that. I think, fine. Okay, fine. Fine. You want to see it? Here you go, motherfucker. Look at this. Look. Ew. 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 And then she gets sad because she saw it. She saw the second chin sucking. She's so embarrassed. That's so mortifying. That's terrible. That's honestly terrible. Justin Rollin for 2 says, Josh hurt his tongue sucking D-I-C-K. Be nice, but I don't think that's how it works. Remove Antler Menace for 2 says, you tried to replace your tongue with silver, didn't you, Juice? I would if I could. Funker Housing for 5 says, time to consume content. Heard you had a new collab with iDubbbz. I did. Me and iDubbbz, first collab. Feeling really good about it. Lots of synergy there. Thank you. Citrus Addict for 1 says, that's one way for the universe to punish you for eating Skittle slop. Listen, I just had a bag of Skittles, and I wanted to eat it, okay? Sneedo for 10 says, the only gun Josh can't buy. For let's see. That's so weird. Okay. Some AI slop for you guys. Thank you. Ace of Sneeds for 2 says, Marjorie Taylor Greene got your letter and immediately resigned. Is that the politics you're going to talk about? Good job. Yes, it is. I was a part of it. The Uncredited for 5 says, look, it's a little piggy. And then there's a piggy ASCII. Very cute. Thank you. Sika Loather for 5 says, PSA, your man in Zongnanhai advises you to leave Japland ASAP at least till the crazy woman Zelensky wannabe in charge of Japland is made to leave. China perceives her comments as a declaration of war. Shit's not going to fucking happen. To be Flair for 20 says, to be Flair. Oh, subscribe for 4 months. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. David S8877 for 20 says, next time you decide to become a trans snake, I recommend a professional for the tongue splitting surgery. Nice try, guy. I'm not transing out to no snake, okay? Thank you. Sika Loather for 5 says, granted Biden did say something similar, but he is senile and America doesn't have the historical baggage. If you're in Japan, I suggest you flee now. This is different from your Chinese people are so funny. This guy is like the biggest China simp ever. And he's not even Chinese. He's like from fucking Vietnam or some shit. Cat2134 for 20 says, lowercase I internet. Which one? Thank you. Sneeds for 5 says. I know people try to trip me up on this, but it's just like, look, I gotta barrel through this, okay? I gotta barrel through this. Usually I say lowercase I internet, okay? Thank you. Gumbercules for 20 says, oh, subscribe for 4 months. Thank you. I appreciate it. Crispy Legs Forever for 10 says, happy Friday. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. It's Saturday. Ah, I see what you did there. Thank you. Ace of Sneeze for 2 says, the music Jim Sterling used for the Bethesda Sucks dance was from a poorly received Pokemon game because retarded man children can't accept Nintendo is as bad as the rest. That is not true. I want to say that Jim Sterling gives Nintendo a lot of shit. I'm trying to remember exactly what his criticisms were. But I mean, the thing with the man children is that they respect Nintendo for putting out real games and putting out game consoles and not like glorified personal computers, which is true. Awaken 34 for 2 says, I look at the death of AAA games as a sort of phoenix, a controlled burn of a forest to make way for new growth, because while AA is dying, AA in indie is making a resurgence. If you say so. I don't know enough to opine. Borello Furman for 1 says, nothing. Thank you. Awaken 34 for 1 says, in the Mexican protest, if you're wondering why he went for the balls, my best guess is that as one of the few spots that isn't padded. That's still really terrible to do to somebody. It's just like trying to stop somebody from getting lynched. Chaos in Control for 5 says, still serious, watch out, Josh, Bully Hunters is coming. That's a throwback. How do you permanently associate Still Series with fucking Bully Hunters? Thank you. Dark Western for 5 says, nothing. Great super chat. I wish everyone was as humble and efficient with their super chats as you. Have a great day. Thank you. Untermensch 00 for 2 says, what's the origin of the cheese and pizza memes? When I posted a very true statement that your American supermarkets have an inadequate cheese selection by Americans. I have a very strong opinion of how European food is done. European food is often grown very nearby. It doesn't travel as far. It can therefore be harvested more ripe and more tastily. They have region-controlled cheese production that goes back centuries. And I just said, like, look, in America, you have a couple selections in most of the stores. And people argued with me for hundreds of pages about this and said, no, it's not true. I've never been to Europe and I have no idea what it's like, but it's not true that there's not cheese. And I've driven all over the country. I know for a fact that even at fucking Whole Foods in some areas, they don't have shit. And then if you want fresh baked bread that isn't just white loaf, you're fucked. You're fucked. Unless you live in a big city, you're completely fucked. And people got really indignant with me. They're like, no, you're just not looking in the right places, bro. You're not looking in the right. And so cheese has become a meme. And the other one is pizza. PPP challenged me to a diet that I won because PPP like gained weight and I didn't. I lost weight during this challenge, but I said on Friday I ate pizza. So it's pizza day. And everyone is like, pizza day, like ridiculing this idea that you can both eat pizza and lose weight, as if there's something magical about cheese and salsa and bread that makes it so that your metabolism starts to break the laws of thermodynamics. It just creates a fucking porthole inside your bowels to infinitely import olive oil or some shit, and you never lose weight if you eat a pizza. And people will still give me shit for this. Salsa, whatever. Salsa is just fucking pureed tomato, bro. Come on now. Humble Guardsman for 5 says, Rep Green received a letter from the internet's neighbor and decided it was time to resign. Thanks, that. You're very welcome. Bunker Housing for 5 says, I have a job and I want to support, but I live in Europe. You're going to have to send cryptocurrency. I'm going to add a way to pay by crypto. Ray Gillette 7446 for 2 says, stuff me like a turkey, Josh. Love you, Pappy Cholo. No, child, I will not. Indomitable for 5 says, your XSM picture is for 4 GPUs. There are 2 sockets per GPU slot. You may be careful as there are strict legal controls on high-powered GPUs. Alibaba has weird XXM to PCI adapters as well. Well, I don't want that. Legal controls on high-powered GPUs? What the fuck are you talking about? Not in the U.S. Are there in the U.S.? What does Grok guys say? No. There are import controls on high-performance GPUs to prevent their transfer to foreign countries such as Russia or China, which is a meme because China makes all of our shit and we're fucking slaves to the chinks because we're too fucking dumb and we don't have enough H-1Bs to educate us on how not to be fucking retard slave cattle. Last tranche alpaca for 1 says, my slobber mutt, Maddie has 2 turf mommies. Your torch lights the way. I know, I'm very popular with women. Nobody believes me. So the link is post Pooner Poster. And this is an unapproved post, so this is their first post they ever made on the forum. Okay. I'll read this post. Slobber Mutt Maddie, she has 2 turf. You named the dog Maddie? She has 2 turf moms who like to laugh at dumb trannies, and she hates neighbormen. Currently, she is training her growl at men in dresses. The dog looks like he looks exactly like that meme. Oh, Cupcake Dog. Yeah, he's definitely like very similar. This is one of my favorite memes as a kid, by the way. I love this show. It's me or the dog, and it's like this 7 foot tall BDSM dominatrix woman who does dog training, and this dog is being trained not to eat this cupcake. It's a very bizarre show, by the way. She's like a British dominatrix, like 7 foot tall, and she trains dogs. And this dog is looking at these cupcakes like it's causing him PTSD.
I just wanted Staines to know that he had to back away from the plate of cupcakes.
That's one of the best shots in all of television history. Oh, you can't see it? Oh no, I'm so sorry. Okay, this is Cupcake Dog. This is not their puppy. Okay. And this is apparently Maddie. Named after my shitty podcast. I'm just saying, he reminds me of Cupcake Dog. You see the resemblance, chat? Okay. Thank you. Logistical Nightmare for 10 says, are you planning to attempt implanting the geolocational feature Twitter has to the forum, even if only in 8 it would be funny as hell. No, you're not in any way, shape, or form. Thank you. Indomitable for 5 says XXM GPUs will also need specific torquing specs and PCMN cold plate for cooling. It's not just plug and play like PCIe. Well, I mean, that's what I'm asking for surplus. I really don't want to put this together by myself, but I will if I have to. And then I'll ship it off to the data center when it's done. But I've had quite enough hardware experimentation for a while, so I'd rather just get one that works, that someone's just trying to upgrade it from. Space Allen for 50 says, Hamjam. Thank you, Space Allen, very much. I appreciate it. And Laserdisc Spinman for 1 says, the Teyas fighter and jet made is in Gen 4, not 5. It is not stealth. It is 15 years behind schedule, and it's already out of date. Well, you know what? Listen here. If the United Kingdom hadn't plundered $43 trillion worth of resources from India, they would be making Gen 6 by now and would have already conquered all of China. So I don't want to fucking hear it. Space Allen for $50 also says, thank you to the gluttonous man slob for the explanation of Izzat. God put the Himalayas there for a reason. Good stream. Thanks. It is true. The Himalayas were there to keep the Jeets away from glorious People's Republic of China. Sino for 1 says, you should make posts about Izzat or whatever it's spelled on Zitter and get 50 million likes. I was thinking about it. I should just take a copy of that post and put it on Zitter, and I'll probably get 1 million likes. I might do that after the stream, by the way. Asian Tech Support for 10 says, I fucking hate Roblox. Shut it all down. Send this game to the depths of neighbor hell. Behead this gimpy faggot. Well, that's very strongly. I don't know if I can co-sign that, but I understand the sentiment. Thank you. Chorgan Squirmhammer for subscribe for 8 months. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Sneedo for 1 says, those claw machines and those stack barber cut more machine filled with iPads and Nintendo Ds are basically child slot machines. Dude, tell me about it. That's what I said. Those fucking claw machines and shit. Indomitable for 1 says, anytime you mention Ghislaine Maxwell, you need to bring up she was a top Reddit moderator named Maxwell Hill, attempted debunked by ICE. Or Vice, not ICE. Okay, I'll make sure to mention that she's a Redditor. TP Deluxe for 5 says, this Thursday, I'll be thankful that my favorite Steender survived his horrific tongue injury. God bless. Thank you. Thank you. Cole for 2 says, I'm from her state. I told you MTG has no ideology. She is loyal to 2 people, Paul Ryan, who is gone, and Trump. Second, Trump pulls support. She has no reason to be in politics. Her torch should have lit the way, but I assume that she got threatened or something. Chloe Dante for 20 says, hello, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Remember that website you think swatted you and have tried to kill you? That's mine. On to the subject of this letter. I'm a big fan of your recent work. Keep it up. Basically, which just goes to show you how forgiving. Oh, my water. Fuck. I guess I'm using my hoodie to clean up my water on the floor, chat. Oh. Might as well take a sip, chat. That's what I try to get for having, just want to have a good stream. Have a good time. Hoo. I'm literally mopping up. Fuck my Janny life. Anyways, yes, that's what I did. That's how forgiving and kind and magnanimous I am. Thank you very much. RCRA69 for $100 says, Jersh, are you a positive Poli Chud or a negative Nancy Chud or a Norhing ever happens Chud? This message brought to you by Jack Daniels. Sorry, I added that part myself. Right now, I'm feeling pretty nothing ever fucking happens. What is scary is that, like, if we don't like fix shit before Trump's out of office or by the midterms even, the Democrats are just going to win. And when they win, they're just going to start killing people and we'll never get it back. And the country will be ruined forever. And I don't have a backup plan. So I don't know. I don't know. So I'm going to need you guys to spot me a little. Once I get my GPU, my next fundraising goal will be to buy a backup home in Paraguay. If you happen to have a house in Paraguay on 20 plus acres, just send me a little message, you know my email. You got a little residential property, 20 acres, 2 bedrooms ideally, Paraguay. Let me know. I'm considering my escape plans at this point, okay? Thank you. Ace of Sneeds for 5 says, England just needs to import a few more brown people and we can get a video of Finnster kneeling in an orange jumpsuit. Trust the plan. I'm not so optimistic. Is for 5 says, since you didn't stream yesterday, it is no longer pizza day, but is now Kacha Puri day. Happy Kacha Puri day, chat and Josh. Thank you. That sounds very delicious. Harcho soup was on with plum. Kachi Puri was another one, but it was it had like rice. I remember it. It's a Georgian food. It's very, very good. No, wait, is Khachapuri the boats with cheese in it? Oh yeah, it's basically like Caucasus garlic bread, and they usually put a little heggy in the boot. But you can get it with just like a plain garlic bread, maybe with some cheese. But they usually put an egg in it. It's very good, Chad. It's very decadent. I think they also might put mashed potatoes in it, depending on your region, which is a bit strange because the carbs on carbs. But just a heads up, you might get something different. What I got when in Chisinau, I went to a Georgian place in Chisinau during my trip to Tiraspol, and I went to a Georgian place, and it was so cheap. It was like a couple dollars for everything. So I picked like 2 or 3 things, thinking, oh, like this is going to be like small portions, and each one was like a full size entree. And it was one of the few times in my life I got bested by my order. My eyes were bigger than my stomach. I had like harcho and then kankali, and then I think I got a kacha puri. But that was cheese, garlic bread, and egg. But sometimes it's mashed potatoes. Good times. Moldova was a nice place, by the way. It's very pretty. Awaken, and they make wine, which is nice. It's nice to get local wine. Awaken 34 for 1 says Finnistrider. For 1 says cut my tongue on that Dagapussa. Gross. Never. Haramburger for 2 says that is one nice meme. I think is how he wants to pronounce that. Kumpala for 5 says honor culture is a blight on culture as a whole. Might be why pride is a sin. Japan still follows Bushido, which loosely speaking is about saving face for honor culture. It's definitely not as bad as the Indians, though. Spingle Cat, I mean, Wiggerism is basically that, though. Spingle Cat, for 1, says, Josh, what are your thoughts on the Las Vegas shooter and the stuff surrounding it? I'm sure they know what happened. They burned all the evidence. Probably freaked out because he was on some kind of, like, brain pills, and they can't take that off the market. TDD Real for 20 says, Waifu Shack is dead. Long live Dwyer Shack. Shout out to my Crab Shack friends. Woo, woo, woo. As I mentioned, there's like an underground sewage society of the Kiwi farms that participates in multi-thousand-page direct message chains that are kind of like chat rooms. And I fixed some stuff for them to court their favor as I enter my low-tax $10 saga. Thank you. Foxes for 10 says, when will you learn? When will you learn that your actions have consequences? Oh, what a surprise. What a surprise what it is.
Because you frickin' fricks just can't ever be quenched. Your fantasies can't ever be quenched, can they? You frickin' fricks! When will you learn? When will you learn that your actions have consequences?
It's just cut straight to Death Squad by Perturbator. Very nice. Great. And look, Kali Yuga by Anthrazy. Wow. It sure does know me. Here's your lolcow content and your angsty German music czar. Awaken 34 for 10 says, this is the amount to be paid for play. Oh, I'm all about that pay for play.
Hit a woman.
Yeah. She's like a robot woman. It's okay to hit robot women. It's also okay to act in self-defense, usually. Thank you. Dizzy Until Death for 5 says, hi, Noel. We still in that Quake 2 LAN party? I'm afraid not. Dante for 20 says, I don't keep snakes, but you should probably misinterpret million body language too. I know, bro. Come the fuck on. Matter of fact, when a dog shows its fangs, it's not actually smiling. Like, come the fuck on, bro. No animal but humans smile, but the human brain reads the smile as friendly, and we'll see it in other animals. Yes, I'm aware. Sneedo, for one, says, it's amazing that Ian somehow missed all the racist parts of that Gumroad. Dodging bullets there. Sneed Soda 2 for 20 says, oh, subscribe for 4 months, thank you. Citrusec for 1 says, I still haven't watched the neighbor dog breeding Gumroad video because I can't handle animal suffering. Well, that's okay. I don't blame you. Mulligan 2 for 5 says, here's a video of what Aniza and I are going to do with Bijou. That's the name of the ball python, in case you don't know. Wait, is it like hurting him? I'm not watching the rest of this, bro. If you don't know, this video of the guy in the cobra pit, they all have their mouths shut because well, it's an Indian, you know how they are, and they don't care about animal suffering. It's like a tourist attraction. Like, watch the snake handler handle the snakes. Ooh, isn't that crazy? They're surrounded by venomous king cobra snakes. They're so dangerous. Their mouths are wired shut, so they pose no threat. IHC 1996 for 5 says, why do the British, especially the fair-skinned fellows, not reform their great army? Imagine the horror rebirthing the British Grenadiers, restoring the green and pleasant lands. Haha, huzzah. Because they suck. I've been over this many times. The adventurous, brave British left for the United States. The honorable, loyal British died in the world wars. And thus, and the smart ones, they left for the U.S. thereafter, when the U.S. became a superpower. So therefore, the British that are left are neither adventurous, they're craven, they're not loyal, they're fair weather, and they're not smart. They're dumb. And that's the British today. It's the exodus of life from England has made a dysgenic hellhole, and you're seeing the repercussions of that. Vodka Blood 0 for 5 says, your favorite game series, Life of Strange, is getting a live action show of Amazon. I'm watching some other fucking show made by Amazon called like Outer Rim or some shit, Outer Range. And it's about like a weird fantastical hole in the middle of Wyoming. It's very weird. It's very dumb though. I'm not really enjoying it. ZBD for 5 says, if we can trick iDubbbz into watching more Maddie content, we might be able to take him out of his weird lobotomized stupor he's been on the past couple of years and make him a super base chud. Yeah, get fucking real. He's hopeless. Citric for 1 says, I can fix some syndrome is a life-sucking waste of time. Men aren't overburdened with agreeableness or fear of the opposite sex. It takes hold back their own desires. Yeah. Trying to live for somebody else is a bad idea in general. Sneedo for 10 says, Catbox.
Oh
awesome.
my good God.
I played this as an intro.
It's completely deformed. And it's got medical issues out the ass.
Very good. Thank you. Sneedo for 1 says, so he has 2 Dodge Hellcats and 2 real cats, apparently 2017 models. Haramburger for 2 says, monkey yeet cow cat meow. Very informative. I think you're using that rune crypt thing. Radcrab for 1 says, I've heard Noel talk about the intricacies of gay sex thousands of times more than I've heard any straight person describe normal sex combined. Well, normal sex is penis and vagina. Gay sex is interesting from like a logistical standpoint because it's mentally ill sodomites trying to make a poopy hole into a pee-pee hole, and it's just not working out, okay? Bunker Housing for 4 says, you have only has to be lucky one time, but Rekieta must be lucky every time. It's true. Toy Dante for 420 says, no, Stalker, I am not losing my lawsuit to an unrepresented old woman. That is your delusion. Signed Matthew Hopkins, a.k.a. the Witchfinder General. Well, it remains to be seen. Let's not count any chickens before they hatch, shall we? Thank you. Deadbeat Husband for 1 says, I have been for a long time a rotten little bitch. Peen Wienerstein for 5 says, pro tip for the mouth wounds, get hydrogen peroxide mouthwash. Helped me when I got my wisdom teeth taken out. I actually have that. I used that last night. Thank you. Haramburger for 2 says, cats feed and sneed, formerly chucked. Very good. Debug is for 5 says, your Reddit segment inspired me to look up British moving to USA, and this Reddit segment popped up. Okay. Are we doing a little Reddit-Ruski segmento right now? Let's check them out. Okay. Is it impossible for me to move from the UK to America? I'm 23M and I'm completely fed up with my life here in the UK. Everything is miserable and I don't want to be here anymore. I enjoy warmer weather, haha. And nobody here says anything. Everyone just keeps to themselves apart from the odd sorry if you get in each other's way. I'm a bricklayer and I have been since 17, but I don't have any uni experience or degrees, so am I stuck here? I feel like my life will improve so much if I moved. I visited America twice, so I know what it's like partly. Thanks for the advice. And then everyone says go to Australia. I mean, if we let fucking Jeets in, we can't get a bricklayer from the UK. Come on now. That's why I said I need to start up like an immigration charity for poor sods in the UK. Hamster for 10 says, a random bird with a busted wing showed up in my basement today, so I'm letting him hang out and listen to Maddie with me. What should I name him? I don't know, dude. I don't have any cool, fun bird names. I named my last bird Steve, so go with that. Thank you. The Bugs for 1 says, no, I'm not British. I'm glad I'm not British or Indian. Me too. Rad Crab for 1 says, I just wanted everyone to remind everyone of this picture Ralph took of himself. Oh yeah, him with the hat. That's pretty good. Citrus Addict for 1 says, General Fish Tycoon says, the British allowed the Jew to survive their egregious war crimes and gave the Jeets the infrastructure to overbreed. Is true, Josh. Yeah, I think the UK unifying India for them was one of the greatest mistakes in political history because they were never unified before. They had always been conquered and divided up between petty kings arguing about Izzat and shit and Muslims. Trans Afro Groiper for 1 says, any news of the gay pedo at the gates, Josh? Nope, not a fucking thing. Apparently there's some progress being made, but I'm not looped into it. Citrus for 1 says, when will you frickin' fricks ever learn that your screeching scares my foster kittens? Sorry. And Peen Wienerstein for 1 says, don't watch Outer Range, watch Better Call Saul. I'm not interested in anything adjacent to that show. I watched the first season of Breaking Bad, and everyone said it gets better. It's like the best fucking thing ever. And I watched like 2 episodes of season 2. That show fucking sucks. The fundamental underlying issue with Breaking Bad is that the entire point of the fucking show is that you want Walter White to survive so that it excuses his egregious amoral behavior as he falls deeper and deeper into a series of his own mistakes. That's it. I understand what the premise of the show is. The problem with it is that his life sucks. His son's a gimpy retard who doesn't respect him. His wife is an annoying cunt. If I was him, I'd want to fucking die. I'm not going to go... If I'm making meth, it's just do a bunch of meth and fucking kill myself doing a bunch of meth. I'm not making meth so I can sell it, so I can do chemotherapy, so I can survive for my awful fucking family. Like, I don't understand the whole point of that. Like, it should be a tragedy that his family doesn't respect him. But his family never fucking respected him to begin with. His son always hated him. His gimpy retard son always hated him. His wife was always cold and irritating. And it's like, why the fuck would you want this guy? Why would you want this guy to live? Honestly, he's better off dead. So I stopped watching. I was like, this isn't getting better. His wife is super fucking annoying. Anytime it cuts to her, it's the worst shit ever. They cut from Walter White teaching the boss man Jack how to dissect a body and throw it into a polyurethane bin so that he can dissolve it in hydrochloric acid. And then it cuts straight from that to his bitch wife bitching about him, about how he's a loser. And it's like, fuck you. Fuck this show. Fuck off. And Sneedo, for 1 says, and thanks to the smart ones that left the UK for America, we have a Second Amendment while the UK can barely have knives. Godless Hoss. Thank you. That's so true, King. All right, everybody. Thank you for listening. That will be all for today. I will see you guys on Friday next Friday, which will be the day after Thanksgiving. It will be Black Friday, matter of fact. I haven't decided yet if I'm not streaming the entirety of December. I probably won't, so that might be my last stream for the year. I'll let you guys know then what I decided on doing. But I will be streaming at the end of the month regardless. But since everybody will be watching after Thanksgiving, and you might be traveling this week, I picked out a very special song for you guys by an artist that I really like called Colby Acuff. I think that's how I pronounce his name. Colby Acuff or Colby Acuff. And this particular song off his new album, Enjoy the Ride, stuck out to me as being good. And many of you may find it relatable. So if this ends up in your car on your road trip, I would be pleased by that. For the rest of you, thanks for watching. See you soon. Bye-bye.